Sometimes these shows actually do go live before I think they do, but it's still saying that it's not live, so I'm just going to babble. All right, there we go. It's probably going live. Welcome, ladies and gerbils. We're a little bit late, but a little better late than never. I'm going to hand it off to D to do that thing. Do it, D.
What's going on, everybody? Brains. This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get out. I'm sorry, guys. I was laughing watching the pop up saying muffins. Back here, baby.
So long story short, I literally just adopted a puppy dog. I guess 45 minutes ago, but it was literally like 45 minutes ago. What is it now? It's seven. Yeah, not even 45 minutes ago. So he's chilling out in the back seat of the car right now. Super nice, super sweet. He's 4 months old. He's going to be a big boy because he's an Anatolian Shepherd. Probably a little bit of a mix because he has blue eyes and stuff. So hopefully he won't get to 150 pounds, but they're saying he might get to 150 fucking pounds.
Oh,
So
shit.
anyway, yeah, that would be a little bit of a dog. So we'll see here, but I'm going to hand it off to D here for a second because we have people talking behind me. Go for it, D. Do that thing that you do, or introduce yourself. Go for it, buddy.
What's going on, everybody? Thanks for everybody tuning in. Thanks for everybody that tunes into the pre-show on my channel, dzombie underscore 745. Um, I'm smoking on some super pink kush, just hanging out, trying to bring the freaking channel open.
There we go.
Well,
I'm going to have to leave in a second and drive home, but I guess first I thought I would say hello and everything. Let's see if I can find the YouTube chat, see if anybody's hanging with us. Probably folks are already. Oh man, I have so many
there we
things
go.
open for some reason on my stuff and my things here. Why is my chat? So, good reminder, honestly, if your chat is not open, because I just opened up my YouTube chat. My live chat is under the description. So if you see the video and whatever, if you'd like to join us, because we oftentimes talk about the chat, we'd love to hear from you folks. If you're on a phone, like I am right now, the live chat option, because I've used it before, is actually right under my description for my channel. So it says Fumidoro. I've got 285 subscribers. There's 5 likes right now. Da, 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 da. By the way, I would very much appreciate it folks, if you hit the like button as well as the subscribe button. Subscribe button. I don't know why it said so weirdly. If you hate the show very much, you probably don't hate the show yet, but if you hate the show at the end of the show, make sure to hit the downvote button twice, really to make it count. Other than that, right below that is the live chat. If I click that, I can see our good friends Love for the Plant and D Zombie hanging, 2 of our main moderators. Good to see both of you guys. Thank you, Love for the Plant. I'm very happy about it as well. I didn't honestly expect to get a dog today. I thought that I would go look a couple times or something, and then eventually I'd find one. I was also hemming and hawing whether or not I wanted a puppy. Blah 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 blah. I mean, of course you want a puppy, but a puppy's its own amount of work and da 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 da. So anyway, I ended up walking out with this cool dog. So, uh, uh, um, what was I going to say? Whatever I was going to say. So now I have a puppy. I think I'm just going to hand it off to D here so that I can drive home here in a little bit, and maybe I'll just make you the host, and it'll be a traditional takeover. Boom. There we go. Folks, so introductions should apply as always. Thank you for joining us on the show. If you guys are new to this show, this is the takeover version of our kind of rest of the shows, a little bit less filtered. Even if we had a filter at all, we probably don't have a filter, but this one really is the let your hair back, kind of relaxed show of all 3 shows. With that said, though, we still have some standards in the show. I expect no fucking burping, farting, shit like that. If you wouldn't do it in front of your mother, please don't do it on my show. It's just honestly rude. If you wouldn't do something in public at a restaurant or a bar, please don't do it on my show. I think that's not too much to ask. In fact, I know it's not too much to ask because it's my show and that's the standards. What was I going to say? Please visualize, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to know what the show is about, please visualize a cannabis pub or cannabis cafe where you and all of your favorite grower friends are welcome anytime that we're on, basically. Obviously not any time of the day, but anytime we're on, we would love to hear from you. Please think of it as an open and welcoming forum. I really dislike exclusive clubs. I very much like inclusive organizations. There's just something about exclusive clubs that rubs me wrong, so I really have always tried to make my groups inclusive. I want people to feel like they could become part of the group literally overnight, if they really wanted to. They could snap their fingers basically and join the group. just by being a civilized, decent person. So, what do we talk about? Gosh, we talk about all kinds of stuff, folks. We're not just a grower show by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, it's not actually a grower show. I'm co-host now. It's a show where we talk about cannabis life, basically, ladies and gentlemen. It was an offshoot of my tasting group that I do still hope to bring back. But in the meantime, during COVID and everything else, we ended up having this show instead. Well, these shows rather instead. So like I said, we talk about cannabis flavors, we talk about cannabis effects, we talk about cannabis growing, we talk about breeding, we talk about hash washing, talk about how cannabis affects our lives, how it affects our pets' lives. I just got a dog. Someday, I'm sure he'll need cannabis as he grows older. I've said this many times that I think that dogs, I don't know about cats, honestly, but I know that dogs can really benefit from cannabis, especially as they age. Something that I think has been sadly ignored by our weird semi-legalization situation. If it were a lot more legal, I think maybe we would have a lot more research with dogs. Anyway, where am I getting to? Ladies and gentlemen, we talk about a broad variety of things, and we would like to talk about an even broader variety of things with you on the show. If you have something to offer that isn't necessarily grow related or anything else, we would still love to hear from you. We love to hear. I love to hear. I should remember always to say I. This is my show, and I love to hear a variety of opinions. I always say that you really never know where you're going to get that next nugget of amazing information, especially when you already know a halfway decent amount about something. I mean, none of us are experts, let's be honest, right? But if you know a halfway decent amount about something that you can at least slog your way through it, it's sometimes rare to get a new nugget of information that really changes your paradigm. Whereas when you talk to different folks and you talk interdisciplinarily, literally, when you talk to people who do different things, you get all kinds of interesting nuggets of information that come sometimes out of the blue. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's always been the point of these discussions. Please hop onto the chat. We would love to hear from you. We're a very, very friendly bunch. In the chat, just be a civilized person. Don't insult anybody. Don't insult any panelists. That's a hard and fast rule. Of course, your mama likes it hard and fast. That's also another rule. But ladies and gentlemen, other than that, there's really not too many rules in the chat. If somebody feels that you're acting out of pocket, they'll probably warn you first. So don't feel like you have to walk on pins and needles or something. I do have no tolerance, or I don't have any tolerance, rather, for anyone making fun of panelists. Anyone who does come on the panel has put their public speaking fears and everything else on the shelf and has come on the panel. So I simply don't tolerate. I don't care if someone's wrong or right or stupid or not stupid or anything else. Once they come on the panel, you can say whatever you want in a polite way. But if you start to make fun of somebody, you'll catch an instant fucking ban from all of my media. You'll never be on my platforms again. Well, hold on a second. D, take it away.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome everybody to the chat. Miranda Family Farms, Loveco Plants, Softcore, no dicks.
What's that,
Uh,
D?
yeah, everybody in the chat, right on. Cheers,
Oh,
everybody.
sorry, I didn't. I thought you were talking to me.
No,
I'll interrupt you again, just really quick, D, because I am going to start driving. So, ladies and gerbils, if you want to hop on the panel itself, there's a very simple rule. Candidly, don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't be a lunatic. It's a triumvirate of rules, I guess. Let's call it the holy trinity of rules, ladies and gentlemen. It's one rule with three sides. Don't be a fucking wiener. That's basically what it comes down to. We don't want to see wiener stuff. We don't want to have you be a wiener.
hardcore,
We don't want you to be a crazy fucking wiener. None of that stuff, ladies
hardcore.
and gentlemen. Yeah, right. Hint, hint, hint. No, I'm kidding. But hardcore is fine.
Yeah.
But what was I saying? Hop on, ladies and gentlemen. We would love to hear from you, especially on the Saturday show. You shouldn't feel any pressure really on the other shows. But there you go. Behold, the one commandment. Ladies and gentlemen, you shouldn't feel any pressure hopping on here. Like I said, just be a reasonable human being and you'll be fine. Uh, I would like to remind people because it's come up the last couple shows to different people. Last time it came up to me. Another time, I think I caught someone else doing it to someone else. Please, if you disagree with someone on the panel, you are welcome to disagree with someone on the panel. We very much actually want people to have not necessarily disagreements. That's not the point. But I want people to discuss opinions, even that they do disagree on. So just because you feel that you have a different opinion or whatever, doesn't mean you should have to shut your mouth or something. But I really would like it if people remember they need to be respectful with other people when they have a different or even contrary opinion. For example, your opinion might be a little bit unusual. Well, even more so that you should be a little bit tolerant of other people's opinions. Long story short, you should be tolerant of people's opinions on this show. Otherwise, we're going to basically ask you to please be quiet, because I don't need anybody to bully their opinion onto others. I don't need anyone to presume that their opinion is smarter than others, etc., etc. That's not what I'm about. That's not what my show is about. And it's my channel. Not even one of you fucking matters. If any of you pisses me off enough, you are all gone. I don't give a single fucking ass wipe shit. So, with that said, please remember, keep your fucking nose clean. Don't yell at any other panelists. Don't presume you know better than any other panelists. I hope the person who I'm thinking about is listening and is just chilling out in the background, listening to what I'm saying, because I'm not speaking directly to anybody, but no fucking talking down to anybody. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's one of the other panelists or somebody else. You don't get to talk down to people, basically. So, with that said, hopefully that's all I have to say about that. What else? We have a pretty chill bunch, ladies and gentlemen. We have a pretty chill bunch in the chat. We have a pretty chill bunch on the panel. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm always weirded out by giving all these warnings. I really should try to cut them down a lot because it sounds like we have a Wild West show. We really don't. We honestly hardly ever have any problems. Last week, one little thing came up that honestly, it's like a pimple. You know what I mean? Another couple weeks ago, another pimple came up. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't feel like we have some kind of Wild West show or something. It's really tiny little hiccups, and we keep a pretty clean discussion here. So we would love to hear from you folks. Please do hop on the panel. Join D. It's going to be a lot easier for D to run the show if a few people hop on here. Last few weeks I've been on the show, so it's been easier for the show to kind of gain momentum when there's a few people on the show. But if it's only D, it's going to be a little bit challenging. So please, folks, do hop on here ASAP so that D can feel like he's enjoying himself, and all the rest of you can feel like you're enjoying yourself. If you're new to the show, this is a perfect opportunity for you to hop on. Here we go. Perfect. Whoever's hopping on, I can't see right
Top
now.
four.
But oh, you know what? Now I realize why you guys sometimes struggle to let these guys in, because on my computer, the person comes in and the notice is always there unless I dismiss it. But on the phone, you hear the notice, but you actually don't know who joined until you click the participants list. That's really annoying. All right, good
Yeah,
to know.
that's welcome to my world.
Yeah, good to know for the future.
But that
So, folks, also good to know for the future. If you are on one of these later night shows, for example, with D, and D doesn't have like a whole fucking 8 monitor setup, neither do I really, but my setup is a little bit more fancy, I think, because I got like a big old IMAX screen and stuff.
yeah.
But long story short, sometimes D just doesn't see you, or if Hardcore's running the show, or if Bud Kilowatt or whoever is running the show, they may simply not see you. So, if it's been a while that you've tried to join the room, I would say if it's been more than a minute and no one has let you in, leave and then try to join again, because it'll give that bell again, because they may simply have not heard you. Think about how many times Bud Kilowatt's been in the middle of a story and someone tries to join the room and he doesn't hear that little ding ding, because you guys don't realize how loud his grow room is. Like when he talks to us, usually from that office that's off a couple of his grow rooms, but it's still fuck you loud in there. So it's no surprise that he can rarely ever hear us. There's all this fucking noise pollution and whatever. So it's honestly kind of incredible that we could even hear him in that room. Anyway, so I'll stop babbling, ladies and gentlemen, and start driving. Thanks very much for joining us. Thank you for joining the virtual cannabis cafe, I guess, on the internet. It's pretty unique because we really don't have another worldwide cannabis cafe that I know of. So, ladies and gentlemen, please do join us and participate in the discussion in the spirit in which it's intended, which basically is a spirit of camaraderie and a spirit of learning and fun and everything else. So, folks, it's always been surprising to me how many douchebag shitheads stop by. But hey, maybe just put out the good energy and maybe the better people will stop by. Folks, we are here in the interest of learning more about cannabis, teaching each other about cannabis, not teaching so much necessarily, but each learning about cannabis together, each participating in the entire culture, et cetera, et cetera. So, with that said, I'm going to start driving. Thanks, Hardcore, for hopping on here. And boys and girls, I will see you in a bit.
Later, Fumi. Look at that cat. What's going on, Hardcore?
Not a whole lot. Just getting something ready to eat here.
Right on. Cheers, everybody in chat. Yeah, like Fumi said, come hang out. I'm gonna be here for the next couple hours till about 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. That's like around 11 Pacific, I think. something like that. Here comes love for the plant. Right on. Mm.
What are you
I'm
smoking
smoking
on there?
super pink Kush. What's everybody in chat smoking on? Hey, love for the plant. What's going on, man?
Hey D, what's up, hardcore? How are you, man?
Cheers.
Oh, hold on just a second. Let me turn my volume down. Got March Madness blasting in here.
No,
My buddy just dropped off 4 different rosins for me. Actually, I'll put it on here real quick.
nice.
Oh, it's just kind of cool, you know. It's I have to turn my background off. I think is how that works. Oh,
The
now I
camera.
gotta flip it around.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, so I'll show you. So he gave me these 4 rosins, labels and stuff. So it's like pretty kick ass, you know. He's oh, here's what's fucking funny before I show this. So he drops the rosin off. I get his message at 9:30 in the morning, and I see that he sent the message to me at 9, and it said, "Hey, bro, I can't remember which house is yours." And then, well, he just said, "I can't remember which house is yours." And then, like 3 minutes later, there was another message from him that said, "Hey, I just put the rosin samples. He told me he was going to drop them by, but I didn't know it was like when I didn't know when he was coming or anything." And he goes, "Hey, I put those rosin samples next to the planter on the side of your house." And I'm like, "Okay, well, I don't have a planter on the side of my house."
Oh no.
So I like walk down to my neighbors and get it.
Oh shit,
So
eh?
yeah, it was pretty funny. So anyway, yeah, it's he. Yeah, I'll take all these off.
Oh shit.
So like, but anyways, this is like, I like when people do this. You know, he basically did a pheno hunt. He washed all of the phenos, and then
Mm,
he's giving different people that he knows samples.
nice.
So,
Look at
and then
that. Look how nice that looks. So
yeah,
white.
really nice rosin, and then he has really nice labels there. You can see his labels. These
Look.
others are not unscrewed, and I'm not going to shake my camera and make everyone suffer through that to show the other two. I mean, they're not that much different, but you can see like this one's a little bit more of a wet consistency. This one's a
Yeah.
little bit more of a drier consistency, and then one of them was a little bit drier, and then there was another one that was kind of a wetter. So, but they were good. Yeah, it was like the name of the strain was Watermelon Welch's or Welch's
Oh, don't ever.
Watermelons. It was some autoflowers that he grew.
Oh.
They were all really nice. Like my only complaint about them is a lot of them had like kind of those dryer sheet terps that you hear people talking about.
Mm.
Um, and that kind of ruins some things for me. It's like I'll like the flavor that's there, but then there would be just like this kind of back note of dryer sheet terp that's just like, yeah, it takes away from it. So it keeps me from loving it. You know, I can say something's
Yeah.
nice and it have that, you know, but it's like, okay, well, I would have loved it if it didn't have that, but now I just like it. So,
Yeah, yeah.
but anyways, I just thought I'd share that. That's how, I mean, if you want to, oh, here's the other thing I'll say, like, if you want to do pheno hunts right, like, the more noses that you put on it, the better, because like just there three, so there were 3 of us that sampled these, right? 3
Nice.
people, and we all took notes, and what we found is like really all 3 of us, like there were some commonalities,
Mm-hmm.
but what we also found is that like there were definitely quite a few differences between our opinions and what we thought. So that's why it's so important to get like as many noses on it as you can in a pheno hunt. Like, you know, he got 3 noses from us, and then, you know, I know he gave these samples to a few other people. And so, you know, like in the end, he'll have 10 different people's opinions. And to me, that's the real, well,
Yeah.
it depends on your goals, actually. It depends on your goals. If you want to find your favorite, then maybe you don't need 10 people's noses. But if you're really trying to find something that's going to appeal to the masses or maybe more people, or maybe like in my case, you know, sometimes I'll have pheno hunts where I feel like they're a tie. I'm like, man, I love both of these, but I should only keep one. And so I use other people's opinions to kind of break that tie. So,
Hmm. Yeah, that's a good. That's a good way of doing it for sure. Um,
Hardcore, what are you up to tonight, man?
I'm making some supper right now.
What are you making us for supper?
Some fucking
Pretty much some young guy.
mighty meal or whatever. Fucking just some microwave dinner shit.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Nothing fancy.
Let's see. I'm on Fumodoro.com. By the way, guys, if you haven't heard, Fumodoro.com is back up and running. Fumi's website, and his seeds are back up, ready to be sold. Here comes Miranda Family Farms. We'll let him in. Why can't I scroll down? Payment. Oh, continue. I'm just trying to see if that discount code still works. Cheers, Miranda Family Farms. What's going on, man?
What's up?
Summer into Family Farms.
What's going on?
Cheers.
It won't let me check out. Don't you know who I am? Motherfucker. Oh, I see why. No, I'm gonna put my scam baiting. I use my scam baiting email. I guess Sophia will get that. If you like, what the fuck? Who the fuck is that? Harry P. Ness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
I can see hairy balls, but is that hairy penis a Canadian thing?
It must be Harry Peanut. That's one of my scam baiting names I use. Actually, I created the email to go with it. Huh. Yep.
Hey D, I love that you do these scam baiting stuff. I think I said it on your feed, but I have so much respect for people who take time out of their lives to go after those people.
Yeah.
Um,
Me
they're
too.
truly, I mean, the way they pray, they're preying on people in society who are the weakest, and I actually have really strong opinions that I make comments all the time. I'm like, imagine if our law enforcement put the resources into fighting these scammers that they did the drug war for the last 10, 20 years. Because I knew this was going to happen. We all saw it coming with technology, right? And we were
Yeah.
like, oh, okay, well, like scamming is going to become like a major part of our lives, and we all saw it 10 years ago. But it just seems like law enforcement's being caught flat-footed, and it's like, why didn't you all plan for this? Oh, because you're focusing on the wrong things. But whatever.
Yeah. 25. Yeah, man, for sure. Right. That's why I do it. Do what I do.
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 This weekend in Massachusetts, there was a cannabis event, NECAN. It was kind of like the first event of the year. It's kicking off event time now, which is cool.
Right
I just
on.
did paint on myself.
Here, I'll just use
Yeah,
this
I got
address.
to I got to
India.
judge's kit.
India. That's funny. Yeah, the address is India.
Show us that judge's kit a little bit more
Hold on.
if you
Uh,
can.
that one I just showed was gummies, and there's only a few left.
Okay.
Because I already judged them all,
Hmm.
and then I have another judge's kit right here. Uh, these are all the different dabs. So these are what I got left. I don't smoke much dabs, so to me this is like dabs for life.
Oh, there
Oh
you go.
yeah.
Coupon code.
But hell yeah, that was cool. I've been doing a lot of judging of different competitions over here. Like there's some kits you can go and buy to be a judge, where most of them you have to like get picked. And as long as you do good at one, you get into
Oh wow.
doing more.
So since you don't smoke many concentrates, do you struggle with that judging, keeping up with it, or do you have enough
Oh
time to spread it out?
man, I so like with the dabs, I'm disabled, so my back's fucked up. So uh I blew my back out for 2 weeks, and I was 2 weeks behind on judging because I didn't want to take a bunch of dabs and then cough because that would mess up my back worse. So yeah, it was down to the last few days uh going crazy on the dab hits. Me and my buddies, we were pretty lit. And then my son, he came back from college for spring break, so he helped with the gummies.
Yeah, it's always good to help with judging. And that goes back to the pheno hunt stuff I was just talking about. It's like, yeah, I like it's a lot of responsibility to take it all on by yourself, especially if there are many of them. I like getting other
You know,
people's opinions too. Nice.
you know what's the bad part about the judging though is like say I find a really good entry, uh, I'm never gonna know who it came from or anything because they're all like uh not labeled, like
Uh-huh.
blind testing kind of. So that's the downfall is you can find something that's really nice and then never know where the hell to get it from or who,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, some competitions will have like, an encrypted, whether it's a code or a number or something, and but evidently they're not doing yours where you would be able to tie those two, or I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know what it looks like, but there are ways to do that, right?
I don't think you can as a judge. I would never know who entered what because they're just a sticker with a number on it.
Yeah, but that number, shouldn't you be able to ask after the fact and be like, hey, what,
Oh,
which
actually, you
number's
might be
one?
able to. Yeah, you might be able to ask. I actually know the guy that puts the thing on, so I could find out. You know what I mean? If
Yeah,
one stuck out. Uh, a lot of them had like a lemon chemical taste, which I actually don't mind. But yeah, there was a few entries that were really gross, like bottom, like borderline, not even usable. They were really disgusting. And then is like with gummies, uh, there was some really nasty gummies too. Like RSO gummies in general are just gonna taste like shit. So uh, there's no masking that, but they also have the best effect.
right.
Oh, there it is.
I noticed Smash Day here tonight, but I know his cousin passed away last night. So
Oh
Oh, that
shit.
sucks.
shout out for Smash.
Yeah.
He was bummed because we were supposed to all go to an event in Maine today, and the event got canceled. It was called Farm to Patient, and there was a lot of caregivers and stuff that were going to be there. And then apparently 3 different people called and ratted the place out and had it shut down before it started.
Oh, I hate to hear that. Oh,
At least it didn't get shut down while we were there because that would just be worse. You know.
right. But being shut down at the last minute, all that work that went into it,
Yep, that
it's just
sucks.
it's just a constant assault on our community, and and really like the events, especially the ones that get shut down, are like the more grassroots, right? And they're it's just so frustrating to hear.
Oh wow. Still work.
Especially, I heard that Maine was pretty loosey goosey with like I thought it was a pretty cool market, but evidently they're still coming after people trying to throw events. Wow. Any details around that? Like why they came after it, or like
Yeah,
was
I
it
don't
just
know.
not?
Probably just haters.
Yeah. Huh.
I have no clue though.
Oh, that's
I just went through here and like de-leaf the fuck out of this flower room. These two just moved in. I got a deep fried ice cream plant here. This is the bottom of it, and I'm actually smoking the top of it right now.
Oh, nice.
I do partial harvest, so I'll take the tops and middles, let the bottoms finish up for another week or two. Kind of breaks up the workload on my back too.
Right.
But then it also feels like I pretty much harvest every day. It's a lot of work.
Yeah. But that's awesome. That means you never run out of cannabis, so
Yep.
which is awesome.
It's always fresh stuff coming through.
Yeah, man.
Do you guys grow outdoor at all? Or?
Yeah.
I do not. I'm all indoor. Not really by choice, but because of my circumstance. I would love
Actually,
to grow outdoor.
I like to shout out love for the plant because you've always given me a cheers in the chat every time I see you in there. A true
Yeah, for
weed nerd right
sure.
there.
That's right, man. Yeah, weed nerd for life. And
Oh yeah.
yeah, man, I've always had a lot of respect for you as well. And when in fact I almost said something a while ago. It's like nice to finally be on the same stream with you.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Hello, everybody in chat, by the way. Hope everyone's having a great night. What's everybody smoking on? What's everyone smoking in the panel? What's everyone smoking in the chat?
Well, I'll go ahead and answer that question, even though you were talking to chat. I'm going in on the number 5 pheno of that pheno hunt lineup that I was telling you. So this one's got a little touch of gas. It's really like, even though it's called Welch's watermelon, and he was hoping to get more watermelon terms. So it's really just a lot of grape. It's a grape. It's grape forward, like mostly grape with like a couple phenos had just a tiny hint of gas on the back end, and then like I said, most of them had the drier sheet terps on the back end as well. But they were all very grape and nice, you know. So
Right on.
that's what I'm dabbing.
I love watermelon strains. They're awesome.
Yeah, man, I wish I could get like a really true watermelon where it like translates into a live resin or a live rosin.
Yeah.
And I really haven't found that. Like I see a lot of things labeled as watermelon, but I just haven't really found a concentrate that translates the way or that really has what I'm looking for.
Yeah. I had this flower a while ago which said it was supposed to be watermelon, but it didn't taste like watermelon at all. Now it had this awesome it was awesome. Like it was really strong. And I think it was like 30% and everything. But it didn't taste like watermelon, like you said. It didn't have that watermelon terp or taste to it. Last time I had good watermelon was back when I was at Karma Cup in Toronto. I bought a shitload from that person that day. Yeah, yeah.
I'm smoking the deep fried ice cream right now, and this does not taste like ice cream, but it tastes like it's like a lemon lime like skunky thing. It's actually really good.
Right.
I got a seed fell out of like the buds. You like I went to the store, which I do here and there, like at a medical dispensary, and
Mm-hmm.
normally when you get buds, they're small. Uh, Marble round things. These were like hand grenade sized buds, which is like unusual to buy at a store like that size. It's not
No,
broken down. And in one of them there was a seed. So I was like, oh hell yeah, it's probably a decent bud. It's probably gonna be a female seed, and it turned out to be, and that's what I'm smoking right now.
nice. Right on.
Yep.
That's
So
awesome.
with your perpetual harvest, I'm shocked that you go to the store.
The reason I do is because my wife, she uh doesn't smoke flower too often. So she smokes like vape carts, but will only get them from the store, not like hot dog water street shit.
Got it.
So,
Yep.
so I've been a medical patient for um Actually, I forget what it is. Let's go look.
Yeah,
I just
that's something. I was thinking the same thing.
recertified.
Yeah,
Look at that.
I have to look it up.
2013. I've been a patient, so like that 12 years. It'll be 12 years in May. Yeah, so when I go to a lot of like hip hop shows and concerts and shit, and some of them
8 years.
you can't smoke weed in the inside, so I'll go to the store and buy a vape cart. So I'm usually there for vape carts. You know what I mean? But once in a while I'm there, I'm like, oh, what do you think's the best bud? Let me get a sack and let's try it out type shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I usually take a peek at the flower. I'm the same way. I'll go to dispensaries for concentrates and I'll ask to look and smell at the flower, but I rarely buy it. But yeah, so I feel you on that.
We don't have anything like I don't shop at any of my dispensaries here in Ontario. They're the shittiest shit ever. But I was gonna say something else to that. Oh, what was I gonna say? Damn it! I don't know.
We were talking about concentrate versus and looking at the flower and the dispensary.
Oh yeah, that's what I say. Yeah, we're not allowed to look at the flower or the concentrate. It usually
Yeah,
comes in It already comes pre-packaged in this huge, like in a plastic container with a lid and sealed and shit. So, and even if it weighs out wrong, they won't take it back because it's been opened. There is a workaround to it though. If you have a container the same size from like the last one, you bring a scale in the container with you, and you weigh the scale out, and then with the bud, then you know. But I don't stop at those places. Hey, Agnes. Over. Oh, okay.
Lights are all starting to go out.
Somebody tell. I'm gonna roll another joint in a minute. I gotta make a coffee.
hey Miranda Family Farms. How often do you go up to Maine for events? Is that like was
Uh,
that like a once a year thing, or is that something pretty common?
well, I guess it depends on what's going on. So there's another thing coming up in Maine called the community bonfire, and that's April 12th, and I'm probably gonna go to that.
Okay.
There's a bunch of music stuff that I go to that's like cannabis and music related that's in Maine. You guys remember that old rap group Onyx?
Yeah.
Slam. Da, da, da.
Yeah.
I'm actually friends with them, and they do a lot of shows in Maine and Vermont, which is kind of weird because it's like a small, cold ass state to be doing a show in the winter. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
Oh, my lights just went out. The fun is done. Still got a piece of a plant right here I got to work on. Plants everywhere.
That's freaking awesome, dude.
Yeah, this year I'm gonna do two plants in my greenhouse, and then that's it. Just make two big fat plants
Right on.
because I gotta adhere to a plant count. That's another reason I got my medical card because it gives me ability to grow more plants.
Yep.
What is your count, if you don't mind saying?
We're allowed 12 in flower, 12 in veg, and unlimited seeds and clones up to like 8 inches tall.
Ooh, 8 inches. That's nice. I think
Yeah.
Colorado is 4 inches, which is kind of ridiculous. I mean, you can work with it, but eight is so much more reasonable and common sense.
That's that's awesome because we don't have anything like that. The legal, I'm allowed to grow. I think it was 21 plants because I have my grow license and everything. But if you're just a recreational grower, it's 4 plants. That's it. 4 plants in or 4 plants out. You can't do it at the same time, and you can't have anything like you guys said. No growing little baby plants or nothing like that. Just 4 plants.
And is there a way in Canada to get an extended plant count with some kind of medical
Yeah,
license or card?
yeah, I got that. And
Oh, okay.
allowed to grow. I'm allowed to grow 22 plants.
Oh, good for you, man. That's
Yeah.
badass.
Now there is a way. There are people. Well, the lights. There are doctors and everything where you can go. I just went to the free place where I had the government pay for it. My OHIP plan pay for the doctor visit and everything. But there are doctors where you can pay like 600 bucks and get like 1,000 plants, 600 plant, whatever for certain prices, the different pricing range.
Oh man, I didn't know that still existed. I thought they closed all that some of those larger plant counts down with rec or with federal legalization in Canada. Good to hear. It still exists, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Uh, yeah,
I hate.
here in Colorado. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I just saying I hate our legal system.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I haven't heard many Canadians, at least in our community, like it. But you know what's crazy is, I have a friend that, he like loves weed and but he's not really a part of the cannabis community. He doesn't really, keep up with stuff like we do. And he made a comment whenever he was visiting me last time. He was like, I was telling him like why I didn't agree with Schedule 3 and everything, and he was like, well, Canada, and although it was different, he made the comment. He was like, "Yeah, Canada, it's going well there," and I was like, "Yeah, I thought that was my realization that 90% of the people in the world public probably view Canada as a success with federal legalization, but then like all of us people in the community, and really my opinion doesn't matter because I'm not in Canada, but like D and the other 80% of the Canadians I know are like, no, it's not really going great. It's going great for a handful of groups of people.
There are I like to find out. Well, my thing's really loud. I'm asking if there blah blah blah. I can't talk right. I'm trying to make a coffee. I got the pasties like a motherfucker.
All right.
Um, Other Canadians that are in the chat right now. I know there are a couple. Agnes Beckett, a couple other people. What do you guys think of our Canadian legalization system? Yay or nay? I'm gonna make a coffee.
I just seen the chat. Hell yeah, Agnes seen some Raekwon, the chef.
Hey,
Actually, Wu-Tang's going to be doing their final tour as a whole. They're still going to tour separately and do their shows, but until they do a reunion tour, watch. But I ended up buying my tickets for $500 fucking dollars. Damn, they hit us.
Where's the show at?
One of the stops in Boston is in July.
Okay.
yeah, pure shit. Exactly.
On the subject of music, I just found out that Bone Thugs and Harmony is going to be at Denver's downtown Cannabis 420 event this year. Every year at 420, they have kind of it's like it held at Civic Park downtown Denver, which is, kind of a big deal. It started like, whenever we first went legal, and they've kept it going. Of course, it's become more corporate over time, and now it's like full on corporate.
Oh
But
yeah,
but I was like, Bone is going to be there at a
that's
cannabis
ill.
event. I
Are
can't
you gonna
fucking.
go?
Of course, I'm going to go. I'm not going to
Oh
miss
yeah.
that shit.
I seen Bone 3 times, twice front row, and once with little Easy E that did all his dad shit, which was really cool.
Last
So they
six.
did the for the love of the money and you know what I mean. Those songs. It
Oh
was
man,
they actually
yeah,
put on a and we smoked the place out. We weren't even supposed to smoke in there on that one.
hell yeah.
Did he do 6'4"? Miranda?
Um, I don't remember.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
a, he probably did. He did all his dad's like biggest shit.
I love that song. That's my favorite
It's
song.
all it's always cool that when he does the fuck the police and then you watch all like the police see all their faces.
Awkward.
I seen Bone Thugs and Busta Rhymes, front row too, and Busta Rhymes, man, he fucking yells in the microphone, even like 30 years later, he's still screaming. It's like so loud. But I smoked like literally like smoked 28 joints back to back like a fog machine. And Busta Rhymes is DJ. I forget his name. He doesn't smoke weed though, but he got contact high, and I like to think it was because of me. And he kept fucking up.
Uh, that's hilarious.
Man, I can't control myself when because the Bone Thugs is gonna do their song with Biggie, then their song with Tupac, and then their song was Easy E, and I'm like I'm all about like the '90s hip hop, so like that's right up my alley.
Yeah, I thought that's kind of why I brought it up. I thought that was up your alley. You know, I never got into Wu-Tang like you, but I respect them and everything. But yeah, I've never like never been never made it a point to go to shows or anything like you. I know that's your fucking thing. I associate them to you. Like you're probably the biggest fan I know.
I made friends with a bunch of them and like the VP of Wu-Tang management, so it's pretty cool. But I went to a the Brooklyn block party that's coming up May 31st. And last year they played, well, keep in mind we're in the center of Brooklyn, and they played Biggie Smalls Juicy. Like that's like a radio song that everyone knows all the words. How the hell did nobody there know any of the words to Biggie? We were in Brooklyn. That's crazy.
That is. Hey, have you ever seen the interview of Shatasha Williams, the girl that sang it's the thuggish ruggish bone? She
Oh, now
have you ever seen her interview?
no.
Oh, dude, it's good. Look it up on YouTube. So I'll give everyone the cliff notes. So basically, she knew Easy E, and of course, Bone and Easy E were together back then, and or like we're tight, and so she was a vocalist. She sang at her church and everything, and so Easy E was said, "Hey, told Bone, I'm going to hook you up with this girl and see if maybe she could sing on one of your tracks." And they were like, "Cool." So Bone got in touch with Satasha Williams, and she she agreed to come to the studio, and she went down there and she sang and she did that one little piece. It's a thuggish ruggish bone, and they were like, "Oh yeah, that's nice." And so they continued to rap and they did their thing, and she hung out there the whole time. And she went home. Time passed, and they fucking released it. And someone called, and she didn't even know that they were releasing it. She didn't know they were doing anything with. I mean, she knew, but I mean, she sang for them. So he ended up. She had friends that called her up and was like, "Hey, you're on the track," and she was like, "Oh wow, that's crazy." And so she ended up going on tour with them one year. And what's funny is like, so she was talking about like they never really paid her for it, but she was okay with it. And she said that year that she went on tour with them, it was one of the best years of her life. It was crazy. And she said, yeah, so it was a good interview. And it was just funny because I mean, that verse, that one little piece that she sings, first of all, it's just so catchy, right? Like everyone sings that. And then secondly, is like it's so classic. I mean, it goes down in history as one of the best verses ever, which is
Speaking of
funny because it
verses,
doesn't really mean much. It's just, I don't know. It's just catchy with that
speak
song.
speaking of verses though, did you see the Bone Thugs verse 3-6 Mafia? The verses? Do
No,
you know what that is?
no, say that again.
There's a thing called verses, and it's like one person or group versus another. And it was like a thing that's been around for a while, but it kind of blew up during COVID. And it started off like uh, just on camera, and then it turned into like on stage with like an audience, like paying ticket people. So
Uh-huh.
they had like it was Bone Thugs, and they were versus 3 6 Mafia, and it turned into like a big fight on stage between the two, and it kind of
Y-
put them both back in the limelight, and they uh started touring again,
It
and
totally
then
did. Yeah, I know what you're referring to.
the best verses was the Locks versus Dipset, like Jada Kiss, Styles P, and Sheek Luch. I actually seen them like 3 times too. I just seen them last month.
Oh wow.
I went to go see him in Rhode Island, and we were at a venue that was actually like, they encouraged us to smoke weed in there, which was really cool.
That is cool. My type of place.
Well, my kid's fun is done now. He's gonna go back to school tomorrow. I gotta drive him back to school tomorrow. It's like a 2.5 hour trip if I don't get traffic, or it could be a 3.5 hours with traffic each way. That sucks.
Can you go do you have any flexibility with what time you leave?
Um, yeah, we gotta leave at a certain time because my son's actually at my brother-in-law's, and this is kind of a crazy story, but my wife's sister, her kid was like 20, and last week he just collapsed for no reason and then died.
Ooh,
He had like a slight heartbeat on the way to the hospital and then died by the time he got there. So tomorrow's like the big like wake and all that shit. So I gotta do that and then go right after that to bring him back.
and they don't have any idea what happened to him?
They said that it takes up to 90 days, could take a week or up to 90 days for to get the autopsy results back.
Was he healthy?
Um,
Otherwise?
I I know that he had done drugs in the past and overdosed and got brought back a few times. So I don't know if it has something to do with drugs or
Uh-huh.
something to do with his health. I have no idea.
Right.
It's kind of shitty to say, but I'm assuming drugs because like I don't have many friends from back in the when I was younger. We used to hang around like 50 kids deep every day. And out of that amount of kids, there's like a handful that are like alive and doing well. Everyone else is either most of them are dead, and the ones that are in jail are only alive because they're in jail.
Uh-huh.
And so it sucks like that. So like when I when I became disabled from the military, the doctors wanted to push off all kinds of pills and all that shit. So I started I just learned. I never even knew how to. I never learned how to swallow pills until I went to boot camp because I hated pills, and I had to learn how to do it in there, which sounds ridiculous because all you got to do is just swallow the pill. But I just never was able to do it, or just scared to do it or something. But then I get out of the military. The doctors feed me different pills or whatever, and I'm taking them as prescribed. But also seeing like I moved to the hood and I had my wife's family stealing my pills, and then I was surrounded by a bunch of like pill heads because that's what was going on in the hood at the time. It wasn't like crack or nothing like that. It was all Perk 30s. So I don't know what I don't know why I did this, but I thought to myself, well, I'm just gonna buy a shitload of Perk 30s on the street. This is before fentanyl, and supply everyone's habits and take all their money. And all I did was really contribute to being the problem. So one day I was just like, you know what? No pills uh, for me, no pills for anyone else. And I was like, we'll just go straight cannabis. But the problem is everyone I know was still on the pills.
I got wet feet. I gotta go outside.
Everyone I knew was on the pills still. So I I
Do a
asked
bunch of
Subcool if
dirty
I could
work
be a
over
rep
there.
for them so I can get seeds to offer people to grow weed and get off of pills and substitute them. You know what I mean? That's how I ended up getting with Subcool, is because I needed good genetics to offer people to, because like when I'm disabled, I'm home all day, so I need
Right.
something to do when I can do it over just going crazy all day doing nothing.
Right.
So
And
that's how I
sub
got into the seed thing, was all through that.
and that probably resonated with him because, you know, he used cannabis and so, you know, like he dealt with shit in the past, and so that was like probably right when he heard that's what you were doing with it. That's very much up his alley.
Yeah, since then I've gotten all my buddies, whether they were on drugs or not, uh, all of my buddies grow their own, which actually kind of sucks because originally they needed seeds to start growing, but now they just come to me and I just give them clones for free. They used to
Right.
get bud from me too. They used to get bud from me and now they grow their own, so I kind of lost out on all that, but
Right.
it's good to have people grow.
Yeah. It's the right thing to
Yeah,
do.
that's
I've been in that situation, helping people grow that used to get stuff from me, and it was like, oh yeah, it felt good, and no regrets. So,
That's actually why I got my medical card too, was because I had got arrested 4 times for weed, like a dime bag or less. I wasn't like I never got caught with like nothing big. It was all like stupid shit, but it all kept adding up. And so once they had like the medical card available, I was like, hell yeah. I don't know why we were 20 years behind Cali, but once it was available, I needed that just so I could stop getting in trouble.
all right, I had to move. I was, but what's crazy is where I came from. It now has a pretty decent medical program, but they can't grow, and so you know, no regrets. I'm glad I left, but it is pretty crazy to go back and visit where I'm from and see dispensaries and shit. It's like where I
Yeah,
got fucking harassed by drug dogs on multiple occasions.
that first year that Massachusetts became recreational, uh, I had like through the winter got a bunch of uh clones rooted and ready to go. So like that spring that was the first year like people can like legally grow their own, like outside and stuff. You know what I mean? Like I because
Mm-hmm.
most people would need to grow outside unless they had all the equipment ready, and they didn't. So I ended up I gave away so many fucking clones for free just to get people to start growing that first year. Not only to keep people to start growing, but because I felt like I was the only person I knew that was growing. And it's even
Mm-hmm.
though it was legal and I had my medical card for a while before that, it's still like I just wanted other people to grow so it wasn't just me. You know what I
Right.
mean? Because I was still scared. I got arrested. My brother got arrested this whole time. I did. It was just like we did more bad than good because of it being illegal to me. So I was all over that medical card.
Yeah. It's, you know, what's funny is here in Colorado, as the medical program has began to fade into the distance as each year passes, um, we make it a point every year. In fact, we just got our med card renewed not long ago. And, you know, I view it as kind of a legal security blanket. And, you know, I think I don't know if I mentioned it before, but I once heard a cannabis lawyer say that he has seen many DUIs given for cannabis, but he has never seen a DUI given for cannabis when the person had a med card. And when I heard that, that was all I needed to hear because, that's a valid fucking concern as a medical patient. And I'm a true fucking medical patient. So, that was, so that's, I try to encourage people. And, also, I also like to see people get their med card. Also, could you hear me say all of that just then?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I was getting a phone call and I don't know if it cut out, but I also like to encourage people to get their med card just to support the system, because the one day they're going to try to completely eliminate the med program here in Colorado, and it already has like marginal benefits, but it does have benefits nevertheless. And so the more people that's part of the program, probably the less likelihood that they'll try to rip it away from us one day. But that shit's going to happen in my lifetime, I'm afraid.
Yep. I got my medical card. My wife got her medical card, and then my son got his. My son is 19, so he technically can't go to like none of these cannabis events and stuff with us unless he's got a medical card because it's 21 plus or 18 with a medical card.
Oh yeah.
So he's like he's all like the cool kid at the college because most of the college kids aren't 21 and don't have their medical cards, and yet all
Mm-hmm.
the kids smoke. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
like when we go to events, the medical card allows us to carry 10 ounces on us at a time over the recreationally only having one. So like Smash can attest to this, but when I go to these cannabis events, like uh I want people to have a good time. So I'll bring like a shitload of pre-rolls, like hundreds of pre-rolls just to give away.
Oh yeah.
But I legally can't
Right,
like
right.
transport those unless I have my medical card.
Right. Right.
My with my license here in Canada, we're allowed to carry up to a year's worth of whatever our medical license says. So if it's like 5 grams a day, I'm allowed to grant 5 times 365 gram
That's
days,
dope.
which is grams, which is pretty dope. Because I knew a guy,
Mhm.
he actually worked in on a farm in BC. This is just when like medical, like just after medical came out and everything, he got a job there, and he come back every month with like this ridiculous amount of cannabis because his license, his thing was so high, his limit was so high. He was on the airplane. He was carrying back like hundreds of pounds on the airplane in his carry-on,
Wu-Tang.
which is yeah. And then coming here and selling it to all his friends. Yeah, man.
Hey guys, I'm going to have to hop off of here, but I'm going to come back later. My girl's out of town and I need to talk to her before she goes to bed and take care of a couple things. But I'll hop back on here in,
Uh,
I don't know, 45 minutes or so.
okay, love the
Nice
plant.
talking to you. Love for the
All right,
plant.
yeah, man, you too. Take care, guys. Talk to you
Is
in a
that
bit.
what they call it though? Take, anyways, yeah, later, love the plant. I gotta take care of a couple things with the girl. Se- Secret code. What the hell is burning? Hmm, just me.
The Tri-Fi Sunday, I've been growing this for like 3 years. And I actually got the seed from this, fell out of that same dispensary.
Nice.
I bought a bag, a seed fell out. I think I bought a couple different bags of this, but
Mm-hmm.
just like small, like eighths or some shit, and eventually a seed fell out.
Right on. Yeah, I got a bunch of seeds from different things. That was really good. I want to grow them out one year. It was really good shit.
I popped a bunch of different packs and grew a bunch of different shit, and I didn't find. I wanted to find four females that I can cross to a certain male. And I found 3 keepers, and I just couldn't find the 4th. And that deep fried ice cream actually turned out to be the 4th one right there. So the next project is going to be to figure out what pack I got to pop, and then maybe a couple backup packs until I find a certain male that fits fits what I want, and then I'm going to make the crosses by the winter time.
Right on. That's awesome. Piece of glass. Oh. 1 second, guys. Wait a moment.
I'm gonna hop off here myself, but thanks for having me on. Hardcore D Zombie Chat. Miranda Family Farms is out.
Later, Brian's Family Farms. Thanks for coming and hanging out, man.
Peace.
Cheers.
Later.
Later. I love his friggin' accent. He's got that accent.
I already fucked this up, D.
What?
Said I already fucked this up.
Oh no.
I was gonna have the red should have been over on this side, so it would have been like more symmetrical. But oh well. Too late.
Oh well. Still gonna look badass. I bet.
I meant to do it this way.
There you go. There's no accident. It's just a happy accident.
Happy accident, as Bob would say.
That's right.
I still think this is gonna be a pretty cool looking design if I can pull it off.
Right. Yeah, man.
Like the interlocking fingers or the ribs or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. There we go. I'm just cooking up some food. Hop on, everybody. Come and hang out. Hi, Moo. Moo's coming to hang out. I'm gonna be here for the next little while. Next couple hours. If you need the link, just let me know in the chat and I can pin it or post it for you. Cheers, Silent Truth. Agnes Beckett, Joseph Anthony, Operation Annihilation, Hi Lightning, Hi Moo. Who else is here? Joseph Anthony, Jack Beanstalk, Operation Annihilation, Dr. DGC Jeff, Dutch Representative Joseph Anthony. What's up, Joseph? Oh, Dead Fish Fan, Mr. Hardcore, Love for the Plant. Thanks for everybody for coming and hanging out.
Hang out.
Hanging out. Oot, eh? Oh, there we go. I'm making some eggs. I'm hungry. Hey, are your eggs expensive, Hardcore?
I don't even know.
Oh.
I don't know.
Do we know? What about chat? Is your guys' eggs expensive where you are in your state? I think I got the 18 pack of eggs for 6 something. That's Canadian, eh? New Judah boot it.
Ooh.
What about you guys? You guys in chat? You guys eggs really expensive? 'Cause I've heard some. I keep wanting to call you guys your places, your states, provinces. But so I heard some states they're really expensive. They jack them up. So I don't know. Oh, eggs. Oh shit! Piece of egg just went flying. Yeah. Oh, garbage. I'm gonna check chat. Check the chat. All right, what's everybody saying? Well, how come it's way up there like that? Right on, there we go. Operation Annihilation. I'll take the rapist for 1,000 Trebek. That's therapists. Therapist operation. What about the penis mightier? Does it really work, man? Will I make mightier my penis? $6 and $7 dozen here in North Carolina. Okay. So I guess they haven't really jacked it up too bad. Is that the normal price for you though, Jack Beanstalk? $12, $14? I'm just curious because I've heard some places are fucking ridiculous. Maybe it's just all lies. It's a CNN conspiracy. I'll go check my cat. What are you doing? You playing? You playing, little guy? Oh, right on. It's gonna be good.
Gotta go, "Meh," and it'll come to you.
Oh
I
wow,
think.
they did jack it up. What's that? Hardcore?
I just watched a video where you go like, "Meh," and it'll make your cat come to you.
Oh really?
I'm probably doing the wrong sound though.
I want my to get my cat to come downstairs. I gotta whistle the death march, the Darth Vader's death march. Yeah, yeah. No,
The Imperial March.
Imperial March. Yeah, and he listens to that. He'll like actually come when I whistle that. It's so funny. He'll meow and then come. So funny.
That's what
He's
she said.
I'm moo moo. Good boy. $3 to $4. $3 to $4 if you want. Wow, GGC dead fish. That's crazy. So they are jacking them up. Moo! Hold on. Leave him alone. Leave her alone, Moo. Here, Lightning. You want down? Hold on. You need room, you crazy ass. Alright, I'm back. Hop on, guys. Come hang out with me in hardcore. Yeah, man. Oh, I did have some news articles saved, like Chewy, but I can get to them right now because I'm cooking. I bring up those news articles. Did you like the one? Did you all hear about the teacher that got
Yeah,
caught?
I don't
Yeah,
know. There's a
no.
senator around here that just got caught doing some stupid shit.
What did he do?
I don't know, something about fucking soliciting a minor prostitute or something like that.
Oh shit! Really? Well, this lady, I forget where she was, where it is, but this lady, it's a teacher, and she wanted to have sex with her students. She wanted to get gangbanged by a bunch of her students. And she wanted them all she wanted to videotape it, and she wanted them to all wear scream masks. Fucking crazy.
What's wrong with that? No, I'm kidding.
Green masks?
You know, that's a special kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Especially didn't want them to wear their school outfits or some shit.
Alright, some salt.
We were just talking about Mary Kay Letourneau last night for some reason.
Who? What?
Mary Kay Letourneau, the OG teacher having teacher.
I'm
I think
not
that's
sure.
her name. She
Okay.
got pregnant by a Mexican dude, fucking, and then I think she had another. She like got it pregnant again during like a conjugal visit or something like that.
Crazy. Mmm. It's good. They like jumbos. I thought I was getting jumbos. Jumbos are fucking awesome.
And I'm going about this so dumb.
Your mom likes jumbos. Likes the jumbo. What are you doing over here?
Master P makes a gumbo flavored fucking ramen noodles. Cajun gumbo, I think it's called. It's
Crazy. Gumbo's supposed to be really good.
actually not that bad. It's not like overly spicy or anything. It's just basically like tastes like chicken
Tastes like chicken. It's
or
alligator.
like a little bit better than the chicken fucking. Or it's like the chicken ones that come in the cup of noodles. You know, that have like a little bit of vegetables with them and shit.
Yeah. Hang on. Nope. Love's back.
If it makes you want to say,
That was quick love for the plant.
It was
It,
a lot quicker. She was tired. She was ready to go to sleep. So I was like, okay, great. I'll go back on the show.
hang on. Well, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm trimming up my some flower right now of it's actually my own strain called what I call Lemon Peak, and
Mhm.
it's a cross of Ivory Genetics, Lemon
lemon
Jeffrey,
Jeffrey.
yeah, and then a Papaya Punch F2 that I've been working with quite a bit. So it's a really nice lemon. It's we grew out 8 feminized seeds of Lemon Jeffrey, picked the best from that, and pretty much all of them were nice. I mean, Lemon Jeff is just such a nice strain. But when I crossed it to the Papaya Punch, I ran another 10 phenos of it, picked out the winner of it, and I think it's a slight improvement from the Lemon Jeff. Well, I won't even say improvement. It's just a little bit different, right? It just has a little bit slight touch of those Papaya Punch terps, and the structure on it's a little bit better. It's not the structure is not as like perfect as the Papaya Punch's structure,
Mhm.
but yeah, it's a nice plant. So yeah, that's what I'm trimming up right now. It has like when you put it in the jar and leave it in a jar for an extended period, it's one of those strains that and like a lot of lemon stuff, it'll actually leave like a greasy film on your around the seal of your jar where those terps kind of those hydrocarbons seep up into your jar, and it's real common in lemon strains, and this one definitely does it to a pretty strong degree. Um, and the extracts from it's freaking amazing too. So,
What is it? This is what
but I don't really, I'm not really like a breeder or anything. I just kind of fuck around with my own stuff. And when I find a really nice clone, I try to share it with people. And one day, I'd like to have something that is, you know, something that people talk about and seek out. And, but until then, I'm just trying to grow that fire.
But I've had lemon Jeffrey actually from Grass to Jeff. It's awesome. I
It's
like it.
good. Yeah. That's cool that
Yeah.
you got it all the way. Did you get that all the way up in Canada?
Yeah, I wasn't
Hell
actually.
yeah.
I didn't grow it. It was sent to me by someone in the show that watches the show. Fellow
Okay,
Canadian.
gotcha. That makes sense.
But yeah, it was really good. I've had the lemon Jeffrey one, and I've had another one. I can't remember the name of it right now, but another one I Rasta Jeff. It's really good too.
Yeah, no, he has some good genetics. I
Mm-hmm.
know, I know Jeff. He's a good dude. He's been
So,
around. Being here in Colorado, he's a local guy, so I see him everywhere.
yeah. And his lemon, it's the lemon Jeffrey's actually nice and lemony. I like the taste of it.
Yeah, no, it's that so, that so Lemon Jeff is Lemon Skunk by Golden Goat, and Golden Goat within itself, has some subtle, has those lemon notes. It's more of an earthy lemon in my opinion, but man, but
I grew some
crossed with that
golden
lemon.
goat this year, last 2 years ago.
Oh, what'd you think about it? Yeah, like what? How would you describe Golden Goat?
Tell you the honest truth, I don't know because I fucked up so bad on
Speaking of
um
lemon,
when it came time to label and chop. I had to do things in a different way than I had planned, so I fucking.
Didn't turn out the way it wasn't optimal. Yeah, I know how
Oh
that
no, it was
goes.
good. I mean, everything that I
Oh,
grew was
okay.
good, so
Oh,
it was
okay.
good. It's just I
Okay.
couldn't differentiate which one it was.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, never mind. Misunderstood you. My bad. Okay. Yeah, I describe Golden Goat as a kind of a earthy lemon. Um,
ah,
but I don't know. I'm not a Golden Goat expert, so that's why I was
Well,
asking you
technically,
too. If you
I grew golden goat by Dalton's Pond.
Okay, yeah, that's the other thing. There are some different versions of it maybe out there, right? Is that what you're saying?
That was something that I think Hooli crossed or someone from the or Caribou crossed.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Maybe someone in chat can correct me if I'm wrong on that. Like I said, I don't claim to be a golden goat. But I will say anything with lemon skunk in it just screams lemon. So it's like, yeah, I think, most of those awesome lemon terps, it's coming from that lemon skunk. And then whenever we talk about different cuts, it's important to note on lemon skunk, there are multiple cuts of it. And I used to always think that the version of lemon skunk that Jeff used in his lemon Jeff was the BC. It's called BC lemon skunk. Um, but I thought that because that was the only lemon skunk that I thought he had. Well, then like fast forward few years, I saw him. I think I saw something suggesting that he had more than one version of lemon skunk. So I'm like, oh well, maybe my assumption wasn't correct on the lemon Jeffrey. So I guess I need to next time I see him. I think I'm going to see him in June in an event here. Maybe I'll get clarification on that, so I'm telling people the right thing. But I've always told people it's the BC cut, it's the BC lemon. I'm sorry, it's the BC lemon skunk that is the parent of lemon Jeff. But he doesn't specify. I don't think he does, anyways, unless he's added it to a site or something in the last couple years. But at one time, he just said lemon skunk. Um, but I've heard him talk about the BC version. So yeah, it's but yeah, in fact, lemon skunk is in so many good lemon things that I love. I've thought about like trying to seek a cut of it out. I bet it's super rare now. Jeff clearly still has it, but I don't care now. There's enough lemon stuff out there, and between his stuff and then my own stuff I'm making, and a lot of people don't like lemon. Are you a lemon fan, hardcore?
Yeah,
Okay. That's good to hear. Yeah, I hear a lot of people don't like the citrusy strains, and I get it.
I mean some of
I
them can be a
totally
little
get
bit
it.
overpowering, but
Sure.
J5, nice.
J5 is around? Why isn't he on here?
Just I don't know. He just got
beating
here.
off the rock.
Say that again, hardcore?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, okay.
It was derogatory.
Oh,
It was by-
I couldn't make it out. So I was,
Right on. I'm gonna scroll into the joint.
good. Definitely. Let's see, where are we at with the 20? We still have another 30 minutes for the next 20. So here's your 30-minute warning, everyone. So maybe you need to go ahead and, for those of you who procrastinate, go ahead and start rolling your joint now. And maybe in 30 minutes it will be ready.
I should go out and smoke a couple dabbers
Cool.
or smoke some hash out of my pipe, rather.
Do you have a 3-hole hash pipe?
No, I just got a fucking regular old bowl, glass bowl.
Right on.
He likes to. Well, another line. Well, that's hard. All right, I want to go wait up. I already have cannabis ready to chop up.
What? Oh, gotcha.
Hurry up. Oh shit. Oops.
Hop on, guys, folks. Come and hang out with us. I'm gonna be here for the next couple hours. 3 hours, I guess.
Oh, we were talking about plant counts earlier, just to bring that back up. You know, I was mentioning Colorado and some of their rules, and I don't think I never got into it. We do have a thing. We still do have a thing called extended plant count, and that's even more of a reason to keep the med card or the medical program going. Is because if the medical program goes away, that extended plant count goes away. So you know, we're essentially allowed 12 per household in Colorado. There's some details in there that I won't get into, but basically 12. But it's also really common to get, like, you can get 30, you can get a plant count up to 36 here. And it used to be 99, that just like in California, that was real common. But then, you know, like everywhere else, rec passed. And now to get anything, you can still get more than 36, but it would be like an act of Congress, and something tells me you'd be, I don't know, I don't trust it. So the people I know, they have 36 plant count usually, and that's, you know, that's pretty good. But oh, here's the problem with 36 plant count though is you do have to pay extra for it. So like, not only do you have to justify it medically, you have to pay extra. And that kind of sucks. It's not that crazy, but for those of
Here
us
it's
who,
you can have eight. You can have 8 plants with 4 in flower, but the if you can, I don't know if you can still even get in for a mezzo or micro. What do they call it? Micro or mezzo business?
micro business, yeah,
Yeah, I think the micro business one
hmm,
like allows you 5,000 square feet or half an acre outdoors. Plus, you can package your own shit. You can sell it from your. You can have an on-site sales and all of that for like $500 for the first year, or maybe it's 1,000.
okay. So here's my question for you, and then I'm going to talk about what I heard from the guys on the Michigan Bro Show, which you may have heard. But so my question for you is, how many people are actually doing that, and how is it going? The people who did chose that micro business path.
I don't know if they even have the numbers out yet. It's not open yet for the from the state. The only
Oh,
place you
I
can buy it
see.
is Indian reservations, and I believe
Gotcha.
they just passed a law where the reservations can sell off reservation now too. So they're opening up some stores outside of their jurisdictions.
Okay, well, so this, and that leads me to, so yeah, I'll be interested to see how it plays out. So in Michigan, they talked about on the Michigan Bro Show, and I think, no, actually, it was on the Variable Show that went on Friday night with Fergoli and Pedro.
Yeah.
Shout out to Variable Show and Michigan Bros. They're all awesome. But anyways, so they were talking, they actually talked about it in detail. They actually go to the Michigan, the official regulated Michigan website, and they look at the numbers and like how many micro businesses there are, how many how many businesses of all the tiers, and they look at inventory numbers, which is fucking fascinating. In Michigan, they have thousands, and it's incredible. But anyways, coming back to, um,
Bank count.
yeah, coming back to the, what were they saying about, oh, the micro business? So basically, in Michigan, they said when you run the numbers, um, basically when you run the numbers, it doesn't really make sense. Like there's really not a way to make a living with that micro business. And
Yeah, with
of
the
the
one with the Minnesota one, I was just kind of reading the statutes a little while ago, and I'm probably going to misquote it, but it said something like, you're only allowed as much as you can grow from that 5,000 feet per year, and that's like your annual allowance or something like that. If you're to, because you can also buy from other micro businesses and shit. But yeah,
okay,
I know.
that
I
sounds
didn't
like it
go
might
through
be
that.
okay.
What's that?
I said that sounds like it might be a cool program. Yeah, hopefully.
I might look into it next year, but it was kind of a a lot of people lost their asses on it because they were gonna have a lottery or something like that um for what do you call it, for like low, like people that have been affected by weed laws and shit or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what they call it, like for poor people, pretty much. But
It's yeah, yeah. I know what you're referring to.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to say it's poor people, but I mean it's like yeah, whatever. But in any case, that ended up falling through or something like that, and then a bunch of people claimed to lost a lot of money on it. And I just know it, like the first, like right now is the time to make money if you have the, the guts and the upfront money and shit to, because a lot of these places, the day that the doors open, they're not going to have, that's the day when they're able to start growing. So it's going to be that much longer until technically, a lot of people are going to be miraculously showing up with all this weed all of a sudden, and they'll say, well, they could have bought it at the dispensaries at the Indian reservation. And that's probably going to be a lot of people's. I don't think what we're dealing with. I didn't see anything in the laws that had to do with metric or anything.
What? They were not going to require metric?
Well, I didn't see it stated in the law, but I mean, I don't know if that's stated in any law. I mean, they have rules and procedures and shit, and you got to have your different business plans and shit laid out and whatnot. But
Dude, that would be incredible because metric, it is unbelievable how they have managed to corner that market. I mean, it blows my mind.
well, because
Actually, actually
the hemp
knowing
market
how
hasn't
our
required it.
knowing how our country works, it doesn't blow my mind. I'm sorry, I take that back, but it's disheartening,
Yeah, the hemp market doesn't require it as of yet. So
right? Well, it makes no fun. I mean, it was designed. I mean, if we made hemp follow it, it would destroy the market or raise prices because like it's such a cost to business and to do all that tracking. And if you made hemp do that, it would cripple them.
yeah, I should go through the fees and all the shit here in a little bit, but I know the micro business seems like a real cash grab opportunity to where you can have that 5,000 square feet or half acre outdoors, and you can also have a fucking like on site sales and on site lounge experience or whatever. You can't smoke indoors on site, but I imagine you can smoke like a patio type deal.
Hmm.
But yeah, you get a lot of the benefits, or you can with that license you can also be do extractions or make edibles or all sorts of shit, packaging, or even with just the hemp market, you have to have separate licenses for that shit.
Right.
Or not for all of it, but for like being a processor or whatever.
Why don't you start a solventless company there?
Mother chode.
I don't know. If anything,
And I'm not even like a pure solventless guy, but the reason I say that is because I see how many solventless companies exist in Colorado, and although their margins are extremely slim and it's a tough environment for them, guess what? They still exist, and I am blown away by how many there are. So that's why I'm saying that.
yeah, no, if anything, I want to be on the pre-roll and flower market
Okay.
just because that's what I love.
Yeah. Hey,
But
dude, I work for a commercial. So I guess it's been long enough. I can say it. So I work for, Willie's Reserve, Willie Nelson's brand.
yep,
And, that was kind of their bread and butter, their pre-rolls. And
yeah. Even
they,
that I was in just the CBD commercial market, and that's where he made a lot of his money.
yeah, man, we make a lot of money on pre-rolls. And what's crazy is we actually use good material in our pre-rolls. Even though we would get accused of using shitty material, we actually like we did the right thing. I mean, we were using, I
Yeah, as
mean,
long as it doesn't run like that Belushi's operation did the first couple of years.
it was good. But hey, I'll tell you what though, what I found is, so we had this really the Willie's did it different than anyone else. They had this what they called a proprietary method. I mean, call it what you want, but basically the way they grinded their weed was very specific, and it created a very homogeneous material, right? And part of
Coffee
rolling,
blender,
well, they use it wasn't it was a
food
commercial
processor.
food. It was a commercial grinder,
Yeah,
um, and so
That's normal.
it got everything in a homogeneous state, and part of that, I mean, that's part of like making a joint that doesn't run. Like you can't be having inconsistent. You can't be having like some buds that are chunky and then some like
yeah.
you
The guy
need
that I worked
consistent
for,
material.
I mean, I just worked for a small dispensary the first
Yeah.
couple of years, and he wasn't even planning on doing any flowers. It was just after like when it came time to harvest, I told him, I'm like, dude, you got all these tops here, and he opened a dispensary at the same time that he got his grow license or whatever. And I basically the first year I kind of saved his crop from him a bunch of times because he thought he knew what he was doing. He's a farmer, but he was killing his crop with all these fucking trying to make these because he saw me making like compost teas and whatnot. So he thought that he was gonna make one of his a shit tea with all his because he's got cattle and everything, and he ended up making like 300-gallon batches of anaerobic, just shit stinking, just
Oh no.
gross stuff. And I unhooked the hose from several plants and just kind of worked on my own. And the plants that I have, like, I got some pictures of them. Like, I had 12 plants out of 4,000 of them, and my 12 plants damn near got the fucking harvest out of. I mean, it was like his
CTC.
average his average plant was maybe 2 ounces, and mine were like 2 pounds easy. And then after that, we changed plans the next year, and I got the reins of his like, 7,000 plants. But that first year, we kind of touched on it where all he was going to do was chop them and hang dry them still, but they were just going to get um, shucked and buds go straight to the extractor or whatever. They did a
Uh-huh.
cold. What was it?
Your mama.
Oh, I forget what kind of extraction it was. Nitrogen or cold, some type of cold process that was like they were the place that was doing it was initially like they cleaned medical equipment and shit. Um, God, I can't. I'm surprised I can't think of it. But in any case, when we're chopping all, or before it came time to chop, it was like you've got the fucking store space, and we've got all these fucking, there's some pretty decent tops and shit. So like, I was like, let's fucking chop some tops, man, and let's get some flowers so people can taste, smoke the shit. And he ended up selling like pre rolls just off. I mean, for just flying off the shelves for $7 a pop for 1 gram cones, and surprised the living shit out of me because like I was wiping my ass with the fucking stuff basically. But Yeah, I don't know. And then the second,
Yeah.
like the second year, we did a lot more of the pre rolls because they were just so that's what everyone kind of was going like. Say everyone was going for. All the old ladies didn't want to buy a pipe and look like drug addicts and shit.
Right. Um, you know, and I'll say one thing. I'll just defend. You know, like I see this happen to multiple companies and brands, and this happened to Willie's. Is people would break open the joints and look at the material, and they'd be like, "Oh, look at this! It's trim." And it's like, no, if you look closely, there's actually a lot of
Looks like
trichomes in
new.
there. It's just grinded so much that it's a homogeneous, mix there, and it looks
Yeah,
kind of like trim. So to the untrained eye, it's like, oh yeah, it looks like trim because it's all. So, anyways,
and
it
his
was
probably had
interesting.
some small stems and shit in it because he wasn't really too particular.
Uh huh.
I mean, he couldn't have cared less if there was seeds in it, even pretty much. There wasn't for the most part. I mean, I think there might have been one or two here and there, um, but like it reminds me like um, oh, who is it? Bickett or no, they call themselves the cornbread CBD. Um, who is like it's in reference to the cornbread mafia. It's actually like the guy that wrote the book about the cornbread mafia that owns that company. It's separate from
Okay.
Bickett and Boone is like the actual CBD company that's actually the actual cornbread mafia. But cornbread hemp or whatever it is, they're a different thing. But they've got a funny commercial online or they did a while back where it was about its extracts. It's like this is how other companies make their extracts, and they showed like a wood chipper, like a big industrial ones that like shoot into the back of a fucking box truck or whatever.
Uh
You know,
huh.
you can throw big stems in, and they
Uh
just took a
huh.
fucking they took just like a big plant and they just fucking threw it in there and it all just hit him in the face. He's wearing goggles. And then like this isn't how you want your CBD or whatever. Fucking here at Cornbread Hemp, we hand manicure our plants or all these things. And it's like I kind of had to laugh at that. It was kind of a good funny.
Right.
Yeah. And then my third year doing it in 2021, I did like I, I got headhunted by a company and did like 25,000 plants on like 20 acres from seed. And that was a fucking hell of a time. That was an experience.
That's a lot of trimming. That's a lot of holy fuck
Oh
work.
no. So that was just straight combined with a corn head into the back of a truck. They brought it to a nearby parking lot and
Oh,
baled it with nitrogen and sent it straight to the extractor.
true.
I believe I won't say any more than that, but that was a multi-million-dollar operation for sure.
Well,
Oh, I just saw that J5 said that the Lemon Skunk and Lemon Jeff is not the BC Lemon Skunk, it's the Vegas. So that's good to know. I've always wanted confirmation on that.
I just want to interrupt everybody for a minute and say check out Fumador's new doggy he just got. He picked up
Oh shit.
from the
Hey puppy.
he adopted it.
Nice.
Cute little dog.
He's a big boy already.
Yeah,
Oh,
so Fumador says he's gonna be a really big dog.
Yeah, I was muted there. He's an Anatolian Shepherd. I think he's a mix because he's got really blue eyes. So he's already pretty big. He's already, goodness gracious, probably 35 pounds, and he's only 4 months old. So he's gonna be a big boy probably. But yeah, he's a sweetheart. He's all panting. We just got back. He's like, "Oh, this is my new home now." Shit.
Did you already go sniff all over the place
Pretty
looking?
much. Yeah, we just had a house tour. He's like, "Oh,
Right
okay, I can
on.
work with this. I can work with this." Yep.
Yeah, true.
How's your guys' show doing?
Good.
good. Miss you as
Yeah.
always though.
What's up?
So we miss you though as
Oh,
always.
right
We
on.
need
Sure,
we
his
need
love
you
for the
to
plant.
sometimes we need you to keep the conversation going.
That's how it is sometimes.
No, we all need each other.
Yeah. No, that's true. It's one of the reasons why it's such a pity that everyone on YouTube basically kind of, I don't know, runs their own little fiefdom. It's kind of endemic to the cannabis community. I feel like we're all basically, yeah, not just loners, but like, I don't even know how to express it. We're all basically like essentially one step away from hermits, basically.
For sure.
A lot of us basically don't seem to be able to really even, honestly, like we're the wild man that comes into town once every 6 months. You know what I mean? Like to get us to wear pants and a fucking t-shirt and everything else is enough, right? So to get us to actually work together with each other seems like too much, but it's
Who
really
said anything
quite
about wearing
fluid.
pants?
Pardon?
Who said anything about wearing pants?
Yeah, right. Seriously. Fucking people making me wear goddamn pants when I go outside. But you know what I mean? Like cannabis people are just like that. Like I'm exaggerating for effect, but you know what I mean? Like the cannabis people are the ones that would go out with fucking no pants, just because they're like, well, fuck you, I'm not gonna wear pants. What do I fucking need pants for? So
I,
basically, to
I
get us to work together on anything is almost impossible, which is very frustrating because I was just talking to my friend that helped me go look at my dog. We're as cannabis people really worried about Schedule 3. My friend asked me, "Hey, what do you think Trump is going to do to cannabis?" And I was like, "Goodness gracious, I literally have no idea." Um, we need to stick together as cannabis people, especially small time cannabis people, because the big money cannabis people definitely are sticking together already. And so I was telling my friend, people assume that nothing new to you guys, right? What do we assume basically with Schedule 3? We schedule freaking Walgreens and Amazon. I guess Walgreens is out of business, but you know what I mean? Fucking CVS or Amazon or whoever is going to take this over. None of us is going to be able to get a license to manufacture this fucking controlled substance because, none of us can manufacture aspirin or Tylenol or something in our own house, right? So we're quite scared about that. Anyway, I guess the point I'm meandering about is that these big money interests are very much aligned already. They're trying to steal everything from everybody else, and they're working together. And the rest of us here are basically fighting each other over the scraps, which is just mentally ill, honestly. We're fighting not only over the pie, we're actually fighting over the fucking scraps that are left over from whatever everybody else is going to take from us, and basically they're able to take it from us because we're all squabbling with each other over these stupid bullshit scraps. It's not even comical. It would be comical if it was a little bit funny. It's honestly deeply sad and stupid, candidly. So it's really dumb that these cannabis channels uh don't do well together. And I guess, maybe it doesn't make any sense why I went off on this tangent, but it's just something I think about all the goddamn time. Why is it that I seem effectively banned from all the cannabis channels? Why is it that none of the cannabis channels will come to my channel? And when I look at other cannabis channels, they have the same issues. Why is it that none of us can seem to work together? Or when we do, it's only very, very little. There's a couple people in the community that have people on their show, but they don't go on their show. They just have people on their show, which is not really cooperation. They're just essentially using all those people's networks for their benefit. It's really frustrating that there's so little.
I had
What's the
one of
word
my
I'm looking
Yeah,
for? Go ahead, hardcore.
I
yeah.
did one of my
Well,
first live shows or whatever on my channel from 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock this morning, and
Nice.
I got 75 views.
There you go.
Good.
Baller.
I'll give you
yeah,
a follow. I
fucking
don't really follow that many people, but yeah, check it
someone
out.
snitched
You
on
know,
an event I was supposed to go to.
Someone snitched on an event you were supposed to go to?
Yeah,
Are you
supposedly
serious?
got, yeah, COP got complaints from
Oh
they
man.
literally said three people complained.
Oh wow. What did they complain about? Do you know?
I don't know. That's the only thing we don't know.
Hmm.
The vagina is hurt.
Yeah, right. That's it.
No
They're
offense
mad
to the
that
ladies.
I think some people are mad that they have an event where people will go line up a couple hours in advance to get the goodie bag and stuff.
Mm. Yeah, there's a lot of bad blood in cannabis, that's for sure. And people have reported each other from events and stuff for years. I've heard all kinds of different stories of the old cannabis shows where people would actually sell weed and somebody's fucking rival would basically report the entire show, would report them on the way to the show or whatever. There's a lot of assholes out there in cannabis. I was just telling my friend about how very rare it is that I got my weird little introduction to cannabis growing. A lot of people get their introduction by cash cropping, and that's fine. I don't actually have a problem with that in any way, but it is a different philosophy. You know, when you basically get into something to cash crop it, whether it's cotton or fucking cannabis or anything else, your first and foremost concern is the money. Whereas some people got into it for medical reasons. What Mr. Toad, for example, medical reasons. I got it basically, I guess you could say medical reasons, but for my old dog that had hip issues. What else? There's a few people in the community that got into it for,
So,
I would
Well, the first
say,
2 years I worked commercially, I
go
didn't
ahead.
get paid worth a shit.
You see? So
Like
and you
literally
stuck with it.
negative
You know, you
dollars.
stuck with it because you felt that cannabis was an important part of your life. There's a lot of people who don't think that way, you know. He's already finding things to play with. I think he's playing with an old jade leaf that just fell off one of my plants.
they, all right. So due to unforeseen circumstances, specifically complaints submitted to the Office of Cannabis Policy by 3 individuals, we have been advised that continuing with the event would result in potential consequences for all participants involved.
Huh. So was it, you don't have to reveal too much, but was it a kind of an underground event or what?
I don't think so. They had all like it was a population. Like
Sorry,
all,
you cut out there for a second and smashed.
it was like all caregivers and stuff. So I don't really know.
Yeah, it makes you really wonder who was reporting. Don't ever assume that the bigger business interests are not watching those events. They definitely are. I remember that people were watching even my tiny little event. I mean, they weren't that tiny. I got like 100, 120 people sometimes to my events, but they were still pretty fucking small. And even still, I know people were watching both from the OLCC, you know, the fucking state people, as well as bigger money interests. And I wasn't the only one. That's one of the reasons how I know, because some of the same people would show up to other people's groups. So, long story short, why they're there, you may not ever know. They might honestly just be there for the cannabis show. Don't forget, you know, even people who work for these big companies, a lot of times are just fucking weed nerds too. Some of the biggest weed nerds I've actually met worked for fucking Hawthorne or whatever. So you always have to remember that not everybody that works those places are the devil. What was I going to say? Oh, I lost my train of thought. Dang it, I lost my train of thought. He's just playing like a crazy little puppy.
Big interests are watching you.
What's that?
The big interests are watching.
Oh, the big interest. Yeah. So I guess I was trying to say that, yeah, that's where I was trying to go. Thank you, Hardcore. That I
The
would say it's
Chads,
even
they're
money
watching
odds.
you.
Even money odds, basically, whether somebody that essentially was a hater from one of those shows reported it, someone who's just like, yeah, I don't want them to succeed, or I don't want them to whatever. But also, like I say, even money odds that it might have actually been somebody who really doesn't want to see events like that succeed, basically, because that's the bottom line. They don't want to see events like that succeed. They want to see more corporate events basically succeed.
Want
You
to see
know,
more butt.
so
Yeah.
independent shows with independent people, caregivers, stuff like that. Nobody from the corporations is going to make a dime off of that, you know. So that's basically where their motivation comes from. And like I say, don't always assume that those people are bad people or whatever just because they're coming to your show. But I have always been a little bit skeptical of some of the folks, especially because I don't know, my group was always open, right? So people came in off the street, sometimes randoms, you know, and so we would get. I remember one time they had this guy who couldn't have been more obviously someone sent to be like an undercover or something, right? He probably wasn't a policeman, but he was probably one of those guys to check that everything was all right. Like he was asking so many freaking super obvious questions. Just some young guy. He was probably one of these. Oh, and by the way, that was his first day at the club. The owner of the club told me it was his first day there, and it was his last day there too. Because I asked him afterwards, did he ever come back? Fuck was I trying to say? Probably one of those liquor stings, basically. So in Oregon, I'm sure other states have the same. I don't know if Canada has something so stupid, but in Oregon, we have obviously 21 is the age of most states. I want to say there's one or two states that are like 19 or 20, but it doesn't really matter. 21
There's a
is
couple
the main
states
age.
that
Oh, he's just
if
finding
you
all
wait
kinds
your
of little things
parents,
to.
you
I'm
can
gonna have to
drink.
make sure the floor is totally clear because this little fucker is gonna find everything to play with.
I
Anyway,
just learned you can still incest is still legal in 3 states.
oh, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Fuck me, pig fucking, cow
It's
fucking. I'm sure it's still legal in a couple places.
it's 3
Uh,
states that you wouldn't think too. Like one of them's like New Hampshire or something like that.
Well, what's New Hampshire's fucking
I
slogan?
think
Live
it's New
free or die
Hampshire,
hard.
Ohio, and
Live
something
free or
else.
die, but their weed policies suck ball sacks.
Who does?
New Hampshire.
Oh yeah, you've told us. Where was I? I guess I was losing my train of thought, but there are definitely big money interests that don't want these small shows to succeed, which sounds stupid. You'd think to yourself that any cannabis events is good cannabis events, right? But no, a lot of people don't think that way. A lot of people think very
Well, there's a lot of shitty people that
zero
smoke weed
sum.
too.
There's a lot of shitty people that smoke weed. Don't forget that. That's one of the things. That was one of the things. Thankfully, at least thankfully for me, it always drove me nuts when people would say growers love. And I was always wondering to myself, what the fuck do you mean by growers love? What is that exactly? Like, it sounds like something when you say it out loud, but then you think about it for a moment, you're like, what does growers love actually mean? Does that mean that you love other growers? Does that mean you share love with other growers? That's purportedly what it's supposed to mean, right? And yet, when you've been a grower for a while, you realize that there really isn't any kind of compatriotism like that, right? Maybe a little bit with your friends, but I mean, that's friendship. That's not because they're growers. Uh, I'm how do I put this? I guess I lost my train of thought again. I'm glad the little puppy's going back and forth, so I'm trying to focus on him. Fuck was I trying to say? I lost my
Most
train of
of,
thought
most
completely.
of
Go
the
ahead.
time, they think of it as competition.
What's that?
Mhm.
Most of the time, like if I met another grower around, he would probably
Oh, now I
consider
get
me
you. Yep,
competition.
yep, I agree. Which is really stupid because most growers these days are really not competing with each other. We are competing with ourselves mostly. As far as cannabis breeders, we really are competing with ourselves more than anything else. So it drives me to my last nerve, honestly, when all the cannabis breeders basically act like unhinged fucking lunatics by themselves. I don't know. I guess I shouldn't fucking make fun of other breeders, but it's honestly idiotic how few of them really collaborate and work together. Same thing with everybody in the cannabis community, the growers, the fucking the dispensaries, you name it. All of these organizations really should be working together. I mean, I don't mean that necessarily for-profit businesses should all kumbaya and fucking become socialists or something, but we should all be cooperating essentially and moving in the same direction, especially since with the example of the small businesses, dispensaries and whatever else, all of those guys are going to get eaten like fucking guppies basically as soon as the big sharks come along. You know what I mean? The
Here's
feeding school of sharks is going to come and fucking empty the ocean of all the goddamn plankton and schoolfish and everything else, and that's us, unless we're able to fight back. And then we have a half of a chance. We still don't have much of a chance, but at least half of a chance. Where'd this puppy
there
dog
still is a
go?
pretty decent
What's that,
community though
Hardcore?
that there still is a pretty decent community that's evolved around these YouTube shows,
That's true. Don't get scared.
and there's
Don't get
several
scared.
communities that I mean, there's many communities that we're not even aware of. I'm sure that
Oh, 35.
of all
That's
sorts
true
too.
too, and that's one of the reasons why, like I said, I'm very annoyed by the lack of cooperation in cannabis. Because honestly, there are, first of all, bigger channels that have pretty good communities. Off the top of my head, I can think of what High Again and stuff. I don't know anything about them, so I'm not going to say that they're bad people or something. Please don't assume that. But it does drive me nuts that when I think of a channel like that, I've been subscribed to them for a long time. Why don't they have friends on their show? Why don't I know? Maybe they're a bad example because they do actually. I think it's been a
What are
while
you
since I
talking
watched
about?
their show. High Again or High Again. It's spelled weird. High Again, but it's spelled differently. Anyway, it's a dude and his wife or girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever. Uh, um, like I said, nothing against them. They're not bad people or something. It's just the first channel that I could think of. They have a pretty decent sized community. They have, I don't remember, probably pushing 100,000 subs now. Like they used to have, I don't know, 30 or 40,000, and they've really grown quite a bit. So channels like that definitely exist, and they definitely have entire communities, their own Discord, everything else. But I see so little of cooperation between any of those channels. And when I've reached out, I've never reached out to them, but when I've reached out to other channels, a lot of times I just get crickets. A lot of times people just are not really ready to work together. They're in principle up to the idea, but then it just doesn't happen. It's quite frustrating, honestly.
I think I think so much of it comes down to what your motivations are. Some people are laser focused on growing their channel, and maybe with the plan of, I don't know, really. I won't even go into detail. Like everyone has different motivations,
Better
And
watch out for me. I got 102 likes,
like if you don't really have
102 subs.
if you don't have a huge following and their goal is to grow their it's like, yeah, they don't want to mess with channels with smaller followings, or maybe just the grassroots community. They want to capture all the people who are coming new into the market. Oh, that's something I noticed. So a lot of these shows, they're really putting a lot of effort into like capturing the people who are newer, like
Yeah,
not brand new to
that's
cannabis,
what
but
Dude
newer to
Bros does.
cannabis. And so it's like, well, that's obviously not what you want to do, but like that's kind of where the masses are. But a lot of those shows who have the huge followings, like they're kind of like, yeah, of course they have people like you following, and I follow them and everything. Just because I like to keep up with what's going on. I love their Emerald Triangle thing, but at the end of the day, like, yeah, everyone has different motivations, um, and I mean, we enjoy sitting around talking on panels like this, and I don't know if I would enjoy being a part of a lot of those other communities. They're
Hmm.
not really like, cannabis has levels, and some of those communities, they're still hanging out on level, like 3, 4, and
They're
a
making
lot
their
of us
money
are hang,
off the
a lot of
beginner.
us are hanging out at different levels, and so I wouldn't fret too much about not being a part of that.
That's fair too.
Think about it. Dude Grows. Scotty Reel's an old dude, and the dude is not the youngest, but they make good content, like good looking content, but it's
Hmm.
all based around.
It's all pre-taped though too.
It's all
Yeah, but
pre-taped, yeah.
it's all based
Almost
around
all.
like newer growing tips.
They do a lot of what do you call it? Clickbaiting. It
Yeah,
seems.
controversial
Mm.
subject.
Yeah, that's kind of been a more recent thing, but yeah, definitely and again, that goes back to that's targeting a different
Oh,
crowd than what we
Mm.
are.
I
Everyone,
used to watch that show religiously.
probably every single person watching this show right now has, at least to some degree, grown beyond a lot of the things they talk about on some of those shows.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, almost without exception. I mean, we definitely get a lot of newer growers that tune in. You'd be surprised. Sometimes people will tune in the chat. I mean, right now, I
Okay,
bet
I
you if we
shouldn't.
asked,
Okay,
hey,
yeah, I'm
who's a new
exaggerating,
grower,
maybe.
let
Yeah.
us know. Somebody will probably say, but you're right. Definitely the dude grows. And that's one of the reasons we've talked about this on this show a few times. That's their lane. And it's kind of a tough lane to stay in. And it's kind of a tough lane to be in. Like, I know that I couldn't be in that lane because I honestly can't talk about the same shit all the time. It drives me nuts on this show when we talk about a lot of the same stuff sometimes. And when you have to keep your show at a beginner level, basically, or at a level that beginners can appreciate, I guess would be the better way to look at it, you have to constantly talk about the same fucking shit over and over and over again. Like, how many shows have they done about flushing? Or some version of that, right? Or how many?
Right.
The whole show is not flushing usually, but that'll be like the middle of the show, or maybe the first story they talk about, and they'll title
No,
the
no,
show about
yeah.
it. How many fucking shows?
You
Enough,
need to get you
right?
some
You'd think
sponsors
enough,
on
but
here.
that's their lane. Go ahead, guys. What were you saying?
You need to get everyone to petition to get a sponsor for you on here.
Yeah, right.
That's
Um,
the other thing. He's his own sponsor with the recharge and the grow dots and all that shit.
I mean that
Well, he's
basically
the one
is
that does
their
grow
show is a little bit.
recharge.
I don't mean to talk over you. Go ahead.
He's the one that created recharge, isn't he? Or that
Well, that's the thing. Basically, the Dude Grows is kind of an odd show. One of the reasons why they're still around, I think, really one of the only reasons why they're still around, is that they're a very old school kind of program that we've actually completely forgotten about. Most TV programs used to be sponsored by Tide detergent or whatever, and literally every single commercial break would be not even a commercial, but it would be a dude walking up or a chick walking up and basically doing like a live action demonstration of the Tide or something, right? And so Dude Grows basically is essentially a sponsored content show, basically just like the 1940s on CBS or something, where Recharge is the main sponsor, right? Like they have a few other sponsors, but for the most part, Recharge is the bread and butter of the show, right? And the show feeds into Recharge, and Recharge feeds into the show, and it works. It works really well. but that's hard to repeat, right? Like you'd have to literally find two guys that basically want to share that business model, right? Like that's almost not going to happen again. I can't say
Well,
that it won't happen again, but it's unlikely to happen again in that way because, for example, basically it's the Dude Grows show, right? Dude
the
brings what the
DGC Cup is
vibe and
on
the
my
content, whatever. Go ahead, Hardcore.
the DGC Cup's on my bucket list either way.
Oh, it's a fun show. Unfortunately, they only had one or two. I always forget if it was two or just the one. DGC Cups in Portland, and it went well, but unfortunately, they kind of didn't like the situation because the old Cannabis Club kind of tried to do their thing basically with them. It's not worth going into
Nope.
details there, but
Don't they do one in Michigan too? Or is that where they had
gosh,
the last one?
yeah, I think they might have actually. I want to say maybe the same year that they did the Oregon one too, but that was a while ago. That was like
Yeah,
2019.
they started to bring it on the road, then COVID happened,
That's
and
it.
then
Yep.
now they
I know,
kind
And
of
I know
stick with
Tanasi was
Denver.
handing out a bunch of bags of goodies to everyone, and
I got one of those.
oh, Tanasi,
quite a few
yeah,
people there that
yeah, at the Indo Expo, I remember that. Oh, Michigan, I don't remember that. I guess I didn't go to that one. Yeah.
or I think it was
No,
the
they always
DGC
put
Cup.
on a good show for sure. They have a great loyal audience. They put on a great show. The two dudes are both weed nerds, so that helps tremendously. Because there's just no substitute for authenticity. I think people assume that you can substitute authenticity all the time, but there really is no substitute. You can
You want to talk
smell,
about sponsors?
the inauthenticity. What's that, Hardcore?
You want to talk about a sponsored show? Adam Dunn knows he's got that one in the bag.
Oh my, Adam Dunn has 10 or 15 or 20 sponsors. Goodness gracious. Uh hard to replicate his kind of wheelhouse, right? Because he's been the breeder guy for how fucking long, right? Like every breeder has
Well,
known
he's
Adam
got all the
Dunn for a
high
long time.
times
He's not even
connections,
that old, but everybody knew. In fact, he was younger than Subcool for sure.
Well,
What, he's got to be like late 50s now, and Sub died when he was like 56, which was like
they've got
5
all
years
the
ago.
high
So
times
Adam Dunn was like
connections, though.
easily 10 years younger than Sub. Yeah, that's crazy to think about.
They've got all the high times connections there, though. Um,
Mm,
like Danny Danko and fucking
mm-hmm,
Ed Rosenthal and all these guys.
mm-hmm.
Met Ed a couple times. He's losing his mind though.
Who is?
Ed Rosenthal.
Oh, is he?
I got to share a screen with him when I was painting once.
Mm. He's an older guy, so it's kind of not surprising.
His woman keeps him in line, though.
Mm.
He's got his wife brings him everywhere.
Mm. Mm.
Mm-hmm.
He will still hold a conversation about weed and stuff. Like he hasn't lost that stuff, but like I met him 3 years in a row, and he won't remember you. You know what I
Mm.
mean?
Yeah, he seemed a little bit out of it, but
Wow.
he's just really fucking stoned all the time.
That's the thing. He might just honestly be stoned.
Takes a toll on you.
Yeah, and don't forget, everywhere Ed Rosenthal goes, he gets the best weed that exists, right? Like, who's going to give him the second best weed they have? So he probably is fucking stoned all the time.
Yeah, stoned all the time, and I never forget. He had the nickname of Grandpa 10 years ago, even.
Mm.
So it's like, oh yeah, 10 years
No,
has
seriously,
passed.
when
Like
when
he's getting
Sub
up
was
there.
alive, he was already on the aged side. Yeah, so 100%. Yeah.
And you got like, old fogies like Agnes in here. I kid Agnes.
They got a
Yeah,
harvest.
I don't know what to do about the cannabis channels. I've thought about it a million fucking times. I mean, I have all this content, I guess you could say, that I'm thinking about putting on my website. Unfortunately, I had kind of bad news about my hard drives and stuff the other day. I called into Apple and stuff, and I think I lost a lot of stuff, but it is what it is. I've kind of gone and or dealt with it or whatever. There's a lot of old stuff that I won't get back, but there's at least a lot of stuff that I still have, and all the skills that I developed creating the old stuff still exist. That's kind of how I don't know, trying to convince myself that it's
You
not a
still got a
disaster to
massive
lose all that
playlist
shit.
on.
What's that, Hardcore?
You still got a massive playlist that's private, don't you?
Oh, so many of those videos. Yeah, it's crazy. I guess what I'm talking about is, I haven't been clear. That probably hasn't made any sense. So I still have the drive, but I used to have an 18 terabyte hard drive that I got specifically. It was expensive hard drive, actually. It's really infuriating, but it was an industrial class drive. It was basically meant for photography. Like it was meant to be my photography and video drive, basically. And it was supposed to 18 terabytes was supposed to be enough to keep it for at least a couple of years. Da, 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 da. Anyway, basically
I'll
at
get you
the
to the
same
moon.
time as all the goddamn disasters that I had about a year and a half ago, my drive corrupted, basically, and corrupted in such a way that I couldn't really access it anyway. And and you guys all remember all the crazy shit that I went through. So it took months to even basically address the issue. And oh my God, long story short, I'm fucked 6 ways to Sunday. Essentially, even my iCloud backups, basically, it was like, because I was in Israel over a month, so the iCloud backups only last for like 30 days. So, fuck my Backblaze, my iCloud, all this different stuff, all my potential backups that you're supposed to have, they all basically became useless. And essentially, this corrupted data was basically lost on my hard drives. Anyway, so it's not worth going into, but it's a good reminder for the future to kind of keep your drives not only very, very well backed up, redundantly backed up, and also keep them away from potential fucking future ex-wives and everything else, because you never know what they'll fucking do to your shit. So
But I mean, you
anyway,
still have a bunch of like a playlist on YouTube that are hidden, right?
well, so I guess, like I say, those were different things. We're talking about different things. What I'm talking
Okay.
about is a huge amount of work that I haven't showed you much of, basically. So if you guys have seen my Instagram, and I haven't posted on Instagram now for months, but if you saw my old Instagram pictures, if you saw how I would take portraits of my bud, before I went to Israel, I had videos of macro, super macro, to the point that you could see individual trichomes of my plants. Anyway, all that stuff was basically, I was banking a lot of that. I had stuff for all my Sour Morgana, Lime River Rose. I didn't have Lime River Rose, but I had Sour Morgana, several Morganas. I had basically all my strains with all this video and photography. So that's what I'm talking about losing. I'm talking about losing an amount of work that was like, I don't know how to express it to you. And it was all ready to go, and then I had to go to Israel and this and that. It was just a clusterfuck. I can't express to you. So a parallel issue, I guess, or I suppose it's not even a related issue, because I can get those videos back, is those private videos on YouTube. The reason why I had to take all those videos private was because of I was alluding to earlier, all the bad blood in the cannabis scene. There's a lot of folks that are happy to report your shit. And among others, there were multiple trolls that were fucking with my channel. But among others, there was this one guy who was just obsessed with the idea that selling seeds is illegal. He's wrong. Actually, he was always wrong. He's been wrong since 2017. The 2018 hemp bill basically made selling and trading and giving away and throwing them out the window, seeds, cannabis seeds, legal, as long as they don't have any THC in them, right? Well, this guy was just, he had a different philosophy. He thought that seeds are illegal and da 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 da. So he would report my channel over and over and over and over again until my videos would get taken down and I would get strikes. And he was not the only one. There were other people that did stuff like this, right? There's a lot of fucking people like that in the cannabis scene. And so, long story short, I was at one point, I don't even remember how long ago this was, easily over a year. I was already 2 strikes and a warning. Basically, I was a fucking, how did Tony Soprano's, no, Junior Soprano from The Sopranos, he would say, "You're a cunt hair from running New Jersey." I was a cunt hair from getting banned forever from YouTube, because that's how the terms of service actually say. Once you are banned from one channel, technically you are banned from YouTube, period, forever, for all of your life. Now, granted, a lot of people go around those rules, but the real truth of it is that any future cannabis channel that I had could get removed just the same based on that first original ban. So the only thing that I could think of to do was to literally remove all of my content, so that that one particular cocksucker, because I think it was that one particular cocksucker at that time, couldn't endlessly report my videos, because he was endlessly reporting each video over and over and over again. And you know what? It worked. Basically, after that point, he wasn't able to report my videos anymore, and that was the last time I got one of those fucking strikes, and on and on and on. So,
I
fucking
think you got
something.
to hit it like like the Pirate Bay and just do the Hydra thing with 7 heads. Every time
Problem
they
is
take one down,
there's
you
no
pop
6
up
other
7 more.
heads. That's a brilliant idea, Hardcore, except for the reality is that there's only one head, which is YouTube. The rest of the internet doesn't really exist in terms of video content compared to YouTube. Even channels like Twitch and whatever else, people will have 100,000 subscribers, but they prefer YouTube because they have more subscribers, more. How do I put it? Well, that's basically it. More subscribers. Places like TikTok, not Twitch, rather. Although Twitch, I think, does this too. They essentially would prefer you not to be a subscriber. They would prefer you to calibrate your feed algorithmically. You basically swipe. It's been a while since I've fucked with TikTok, but you swipe a few times, and within 4 or 5 swipes, they basically know who you are, which is very creepy, by the way. And it should be creepy because the people who came up with TikTok didn't really do it for good reasons. Anyway, long story short, they don't really want you to be a member of someone's community. They just want you to swipe on their app forever. So for all they care, as long as you have shown them what you like algorithmically, you don't have to sub to anybody, which is really, really bad for the creators, as you can imagine, because they have no real audience. They can't get traction. The only traction they can get is if the algorithm smiles at them, et cetera, et cetera. So long story short, the only place that you can have a shot is on YouTube, where, again, the algorithm still fucks you, of course, but it fucks you a little bit less. Before all the shenanigans that I had on my channel, before all the reports, and also critically before YouTube changed the rules slightly to basically, my assumption is completely disallow cannabis growing in monetized content. Up until that point, I had such a decent loyal following on my channel that I actually got like maybe $100 every month from YouTube ads. I had a tiny channel, by the way. It was 1,600, there's a couple 300 subscribers ago. It was like I had not even 2,000 subscribers like I do now, not even 2,000, and I was getting like $100 a month. You can't get that from Twitch. You can't get that from anywhere else because they just simply won't share the revenue like that. They won't help you build an audience. Nothing. And even less so now than in the past. People know how hard it is to survive on Instagram now. So really the only place that has any traction at all is YouTube, which is unfortunate because there's very little traction on YouTube. So,
All right, guys. Gotta get out of here.
later, Smash.
Not
You guys be
smash.
safe. I had a long day. Hope everyone has a good night.
Later.
Take
Have a
care,
good one.
man.
This is a good segue for folks to hop on, join the conversation, join the show. Time is at 9:40. Oh, I don't know. I actually don't know how long we'll be here because sometimes the show ends early, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes it goes on for hours. So, kind of depends. Excuse me. Kind of depends on you. I probably should take this puppy
Bud.
dog for a walk here in a little bit. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, please hop on. If someone else wants to take over the show, because Dee probably doesn't want to take over the entire night or run the show the entire night. If someone else wants to take over the show and keep it running, that's perfectly fine. But it's obviously much easier to do a show when there's multiple people on the show. So please, folks, hop on. I'm going to try to go find my weed and roll myself a joint here.
Nice.
I'll be right back.
Oh, we missed the 20. Yep,
Cheers, everybody.
I'm still trimming weed. Still trimming weed. I'm not seeing the comments. I'll come over here and look at them. See if we're missing anything. Southern Vermont vintage. The answer to your question is yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyone on here? So we were talking about the Dude Gross show earlier, and I was just curious: is anyone on here going to Dude Gross Cup this year?
I don't know. Where's it in Michigan again?
No,
Or is it in
it's their main one that they have every year here in
Colorado?
Colorado. June. It's at the beginning of June. It's their big one, like the kind of
Did
their
they throw
flagship
something in
event.
Michigan, or am I like having
I
false
can't
memories?
remember. They've gone to a couple of events, and
I
so it
remember
was like,
seeing Blue Kiss was there, and fucking Tanasi Gardens was handing out a bunch of shit.
yeah, they might have. I don't remember that one. See, I don't watch every show anymore, kind of because
You know, it
what
might
I
not
was
even
saying
been a
earlier.
DTC
Like,
cup.
I fall a little bit behind. Like, I like the Dude Grows and everything, but like, I can't watch some of that's just like I can't do. It's just not. It's like I was saying earlier. It's not our content. It's not really what we're looking for. Um,
Yeah, no, I like the
but I
nerd
like
guy.
their
What's his
event.
name? But I don't even know if he was on the show anymore. The guy that with the glasses that was behind the scenes.
Oh, you're talking about
The,
Guru?
the guru, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
Guru Sean.
there's
Yeah,
Guru and then there's like the Guru. There are two different guys.
he was called the Guru just specifically on the show.
Just Guru, I
Um,
think. Yeah.
yeah,
Then there's
so
Grow Guru is a different guy, I think.
yeah, that's different. Yeah. But yeah, no, Guru or Sean. His name's really Sean. They called him both. He's a professional fly fisherman now, or not professional fly fisherman. He's a fishing guide out in like that's real big in Colorado, up in the mountains. And that's like a whole career path. I mean,
Yeah, I've got cousins.
it's real competitive in that space. But so he went and did that, and I guess things are going well for him. He'll post trout ever so often, and it was sad to see him leave the show for sure. Like I really liked him, and he brought a lot of value to the show, um, and the show definitely changed since he left, and not necessarily for the bad. It just changed. You could really tell, like it changed dramatically. Um, but
Yeah, I only go on to see Scotty's shirts now.
you only go
Well,
on for what?
to see Scotty's new shirt that he's wearing.
Oh, just whatever. Sure, that's funny.
Dude's got a lot of fucking shirts.
Yeah.
He loves pizza too. He makes wood-fired pizza, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and here's a PSA for everyone. We went up there to Scotty's house one time and got a clone from somebody. And my buddy and I both got this clone. We were riding together. And this particular day, it was like, I want to say it was like in the negatives in Fahrenheit. And it was like extremely cold. So we had our clones in our solo cup. They were in soil, rooted. Everything was good. And we put these clones like inside of our jackets, just kind of blocking it from the wind, and ran to our car. And between Scotty's studio and the car, which was probably, I don't know, like we kind of jogged to the car because it was so freaking cold. And so, but again, the clones were inside of our jackets, kind of shielding them. Maybe I don't know, like 15 seconds, maybe probably 20 seconds, maybe. And both of our clones fucking died. So
Fuck.
just
It's
FYI,
that
people,
cold?
like, yeah, dude, it's
What the
something
fuck?
about it. They just wilted up and died. We both
That
tried to
sucks.
rescue them, and
Uh, what
it
clone
was
was it?
the weirdest thing. Yeah,
What clone was it?
gosh, I'm trying to think. I don't even remember now. What's funny is, oh, I think it might. Let's see. Fuck, no, I'm not. I won't guess. I don't even remember now. It's been a while, and I never got another cut. Oh, actually, I just remembered. It was JR's cut of Cherry Paloma,
Oh,
and yeah, and we never got another cut. Everyone has that. It's around. It was nice. I've been around it a lot, but it's not really something I'm looking to add to my library at the moment. So I don't. The fact that it died, it's no big deal. Even though it's a great plant,
hmm.
fantastic plant. But yeah. But yeah. So if you are the extreme cold, and the fact that we had our jackets kind of shielding it is just we were both blown away that that happened.
Crazy.
So anyways, luckily though the winter is almost over, hopefully, so that
Hmm.
won't be an issue until next year. But Just want to
Oh,
give
this
that
just
PSA.
happened? This just happened recently?
It was a couple years ago.
Oh, I gotcha.
Oh, fuming. You know that? So the year that you were in town for the Indo Expo, and we had that little gathering over at Frosty McNugget's house. You remember what I'm referring to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of, that cat was over here last night. I was hanging
Oh,
out with
nice.
Frosty McNuggets.
I
Yeah,
like Frosty.
he's one of my good buddies here.
He's a good guy.
We're both hash heads and fucking crazy about everything. So, but anyways, whenever they got I'll never forget. You got when the cock and balls voodoo donuts were there,
We asked
and
him to make it extra cocky, like extra
and
jizzy.
yeah, everyone was like scared to touch it, and I can't remember the details, but basically, I was like, I'm like not homophobic in the least bit, so I was like, fuck yeah, I was like, I'll take it, I can't remember, and I don't remember how it went, but you retold the story and made me sound so much more gay than I really am. It was the funniest shit. And of course, I wasn't on the show. I was like, that is not how it went down. So
That was good. And the chick at Voodoo was so happy. Like we asked her, like, "Oh, we're trying to play a prank on our friend. Could you please make it like extra?" I can't remember how Dan said it. Dirtman Dan said like extra jizzy or whatever. She's like, "Yeah!" She was so happy about it.
that's hilarious. I saw Dirtman Dan was trying to make a comeback in the scene
Was he?
on Instagram. Yeah, he was kind of making it, kind of starting to post a lot and make us. And he said some really nice things. I think he went on Eagle's show and he said some really nice things. And I gained a lot of respect for him. I always respected him, but I gained even more
Oh, he's
respect for
definitely a
him
nice
after
guy.
that.
He had a bit of a hard time the last few years, like many of us did, and so
Yeah,
he stepped away. I think probably just because of that.
yeah. So, but I don't, I've taken a step back from Instagram, so I don't really know if he is still in the scene. So I was
Mm,
curious if you've talked to him or seen him
not for a
doing
minute.
much.
No.
Oh, he's in your state, hardcore. He's in no. Let's see. He's Minnesota, right?
No, he's in. Oh goodness gracious, he's on the East Coast. Why can't I think of the actual state?
Oh,
He's
okay, my
in,
bad.
oh fuck a duck! I cannot remember.
Oh,
He's not in
Pennsylvania.
Virginia. He's in one of those states though, because he builds. I don't know if he wants everyone to know, but he does something nautically related.
Yeah. Dirtman Dan. But that Indo Expo that year, that was when the cannabis culture, like that was kind of the tail end of it before the corporate takeover and things started changing a little bit
Not
and the
lying.
events started changing and
Yep.
so that's cool. You got to experience that. I'm glad you got to come to Denver and we all got to hang out. That was cool.
Piece of popcorn in the ribs there, Agnes, for you.
Speaking of, have you ever considered coming to this Dude Grows Cup? Or I know it's
Oh,
probably hard for you to
definitely.
get
Yeah.
away.
You're talking to me or talking to everybody on the panel?
Talking to you. Yeah.
I've definitely I've wanted to go. I wanted to go last year, and it's just been idiotic. Growers know how our grow schedules influence so much, and I never once had flower that I felt was worth flying to Colorado for. Like what last year was after the dumb shenanigans, so I only had outdoor flower. This year I was hoping to go, but now I'm not gonna because I'm not gonna be able to harvest until early May. So it's
Uh-huh.
literally always stupid shit like that. But I
Yeah.
really would like to
And you
go
don't want
because
to go
it's I
unless you
think
have
one of
some
the
flower.
best. Yeah, I just don't want to go if I have empty pockets. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of foolish too because I know I would meet a lot of cool people. I'd get to meet people that I've met before. Tanasi, you, a bunch of people. While Dirtman Dan always goes. So it would definitely be fun, even if I didn't go with flower.
Dirtman Dan does not actually go.
Oh, it
He's
doesn't
not
go
out.
anymore? He
He's out
used
of
to
the scene.
go.
No, like I said, he was gone for a
Oh, that's
while,
bad.
and
That's
even now he's not really a part of that. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
that's too bad.
So, but he may be a part of some other, kind of like what you were saying earlier. Like he may be a part of the cannabis community. So I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I don't think he's. I won't be seeing him in June. I don't think.
Mm. Oh, is
Minnesota
the
Nice
Dude
is
Grows
putting on
in
an
June
event
this
here.
year?
Say that again.
Is the Dude Grows in June?
Uh-huh. Yep,
Oh,
beginning of
well,
June.
maybe I can actually go.
Yep.
Go ahead. I keep talking over somebody.
Minnesota Nice is putting on an event up here this year. don't know if you guys are familiar with him at all or not.
Yes, I am. And
I
in fact,
remember him
that's
from
why I
some of
thought,
his videos years ago. Yeah, with the Mental Gold
yeah,
Boys.
and that's why I thought Minnesota for Dirtman Dan. It's Minnesota Nice. That's right. That's Minnesota. Yeah. Okay, my bad. I got those two guys confused for a second.
Oh, I remember where Dan is at. Yeah, he's actually in a legal state now, but it's like semi-legal. That was one of the reasons why Dan was always semi under the radar, because he was actually kind of
Right.
up,
Yeah.
believe it or not.
Whatever happened to Cannaman Dan and Cam the Cannaman?
I don't remember that one.
Oh, that's a name that I remember, but I'm not placing it. Cam the Cannaman.
I think he was 710, or he was also neurosis and psychosis, maybe.
I think those are different. Well, okay, I won't swear that they're different people, because sometimes people change their names. 710 Canuck, definitely not that. Is that who were you
No,
thinking about, or?
no. Cannaman Dan, Cam the Cannaman, I think.
No, that's the thing. I remember the name, Cam the Cannaman, but I really don't remember who the fuck it was. I don't remember. There's
That's gotta know.
been a lot of people who've come and gone, and some people kind of hop back on every once in a while. Tricky D, speaking of Dan, Tricky D hops on every once in a while, but is more or less off doing his own thing. Yeah, a lot of folks. Not like anything in life, we come and go, right? Well,
Yeah, and I think, early on, like kind of the tail end of the subcool years and all that, it's like everyone was kind of making an investment in themselves, thinking that they were going to be a part of legalization, and they were like kind of, when I say making an investment in themselves, like putting their day jobs or their day careers kind of to the side a little bit, and a lot of people had to go back to fucking work. That's really what's going on. Like I see that a lot, where it's like, oh, they were like, sure, they always still did their career, but they kind of like put it to the side or kind of did it part time to because they thought that we all thought cannabis. Those of us who have been in the scene for a while, we all thought that there would be a place for us to make a living, and then once that became very clear that that wasn't the case, it's like, yeah, people have to put food on the table.
yeah. Which is still to this day such an odd and unusual situation, right? You have all these. It's a very rare situation, I want to say. In maybe it's not. I should spit out what I'm trying to say. It seems like it's very rare when you have an entire industry worth of very well educated potential workers that are purposefully not used. Right? Like, what other aerospace or something? What other industry would you find where you have like thousands of growers, hash makers, breeders, you name it, that basically get cut out, and someone else does the job that is less informed in many cases, right? Like, where do you ever see that in any other industry?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good question. It's
But you
something
were
to really
saying,
think about.
love for the plant. You were saying you were a hash washer. It's difficult to make it actually as a hash washer. The profit margins are famously extremely low, extremely slim. It's almost impossible to make it as a grower. Everyone knows it's almost impossible to make it as a dispensary owner. You name it. Like, where's all the money in cannabis? It's bizarre,
Government
right?
government has siphoned all of it off with taxes at
I guess.
every corner, every intersection that the product goes.
And even then, ironically, they haven't actually, because if they had, they would have all this revenue that they could use for stuff. Ironically, California is a good example of that. They're constantly wondering where all their cannabis revenue is. I mean, you're not wrong in the sense that every single product is squeezed at every step of the way by the taxes. So that makes the product more expensive, less available, less variety, et cetera, et cetera. So that directly affects the cannabis market, and it affects it in such a way that they don't actually make the cannabis revenue that they were trying to make in the first place. It's another stupid fucking irony, right?
But the real culprit is prices. I mean, if I wanted to open up a grow, I think about it all the time. If I wanted to open up a grow and pay every single one of my workers a living wage, I would go out of business.
Mm.
In Colorado, that is. Like, you can pay certain people living wages and you can try your fucking hardest, and like you can get, I see some people trying to get creative, but ultimately that what you would have to charge for your product if you paid all of the employees a living wage, that what you would have to charge for the product would be well above the market, even upper average. And it's like, yeah, of course. And then, of course, that leads into well, there needs to be a craft market, or there needs to be a craft cannabis market where you can demand those higher prices. The reality is, where are you going to find those consumers? They exist, but not in the numbers that we need for everyone that wants to grow craft cannabis. We all want to do the same thing, and there are only so many customers looking for craft cannabis, and that's what's going on in Colorado. And then everyone just reverts back to growing mids because there are only so many people willing to pay a premium price for good cannabis. And most of the people that are willing, that appreciate cannabis at that level and be like, oh, yeah, that premium price is worth it. Well, we all grow.
Mhm. That was the interesting realization I remember hearing when Kevin Jodrey talked about his one log house or whatever it was called. It was this tiny, it's still a dispensary there, but they've changed it now. It's like Cookie's Family and stuff. But he used to sell all these crazy, because they had a clone nursery right behind them. So a lot of growers would come to get clones and stuff. And then while they were waiting for their clone trays to be put together, they'd go and buy some hash, some flour, some whatever. And apparently all of the coolest shit that we think about, not even the baller jars, not even the 10 fucking gram or the 1 ounce jars of rosin, but literally even the super dry sift, the temple balls, the what did he say one time? They sold like test flights of hash balls, how do you say this? Test flights of temple balls, I guess different strains. I don't remember if they're different strains or different washes. Anyway, all kinds of different stuff that all of us on this show would be like, yes, we would love that kind of stuff. And he said every single one of the fucking buyers were growers. They were the guys that had the disposable income, and they were the guys that also had the cannabis love and appreciation, that they would actually know that they were buying something interesting and good, right? And so neither one of those things really exists outside of that really rare part of the cannabis community, which is literally fucking growers that grow on a hill somewhere in Humboldt County. How do I put this? People that have money and cannabis appreciation. Well, you can find people that have money, but a lot of times you won't find the cannabis appreciation. Or you find the cannabis appreciation, but none of us have any fucking money.
Right. And
It's a,
when
it's a,
when all of those people in his area, like up in the Emerald Triangle, when they were all getting $4,000 a pack, um, then like that made it easy. Like they could splurge on some hash from Kevin Jodrey or whatever. But now it's like, oh well, those people are even that, like, that doesn't even exist anymore.
yep.
Those
And that was
those
a unicorn situation. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
the whole Humboldt County, how it became a big weed growing place, that was a unicorn. Even the fact that all those people stayed there and were able to grow literally millions of dollars of weed. Like a family could grow millions of dollars of weed in a year. Millions, literally. One fucking family could grow 100 plants in their backyard, sometimes more than 100 plants in a couple different yards. And they would literally pull in, what, 100 pounds, 200, hundreds of pounds, I guess. I can't even remember how many fucking pounds these places would pull down. So a family of four could pull down a few $1,000,000. Of course they had, like, the Humboldt County is the funniest fucking place to this day. I honestly wish those people could still make those prices on something, because the stupid shit I heard from Humboldt County, people would become world champion in some fucking weird little hobby that only 3 people practice in the entire world, because they had so much money they could travel the world on the off season. So you get people who are like karate champions, fucking Kevin Jodrey's a kettlebell champion. Who the fuck knows? There's probably goldfish champions, like all these crazy fucking hobbies. And the only thing that was able to feed them is these ridiculously overpriced fucking cannabis farms on the hill. Oh my
Mm-hmm.
God, what a hilarious part of the human culture, right? Like, just the stories that I heard from that was just worth the price of admission, honestly. But
Yeah, and
there was, yeah, it's just a complete unicorn. Go ahead.
that's what made the whole Back to the Landers movement work. There's no way that all the people could have moved from, the Back to the Landers that moved from San Francisco out to the hills of the Emerald Triangle. Like, there's no way that would have ever worked on just them growing vegetables, right? Like, they all
No.
had farmers markets and everything, and like that was part of it too. It wasn't just cannabis. They had true homesteading farms, which, like, I love that idea. But the reality is, the the high price of cannabis is what subsidized everything else. And that's why, like, I would love to see another Back to the Landers movement happen in this country, but I always revert back to that. Is like I watch some homesteader videos on YouTube, and so many of them they're like, oh yeah, like it's cool to homestead, but if you think you're going to like quit your job and homestead for a living, you got another thing coming to you. Like to make a living homesteading is like super rare,
Mm.
and like it takes many years to create that dynamic. I mean, I'm sure there are exceptions to what I just said, but like, so my point is like that Back to the Lander movement was kind of a one when you said that was a once in a lifetime type thing. That was also what I started thinking is like, oh, the dynamic of that whole situation is what made that happen. And I wish it could happen again. Many of us wish that could happen again, but I don't know how that would happen because you really can't. Yeah, it's hard to completely sustain yourself in the modern world with a homestead.
I mean, how
Universal
could
basic
you even,
income.
right? Like, unless you actually have a job during the day at home on the computer, how could you even really homestead for money? I mean, you'd have to have a cash crop.
You have
What
to
cash
sell, yeah.
crops really pay enough other than things like cannabis? I mean, I guess you could grow
Land is the
in
big
orchids or
thing.
something, right? But go ahead.
Land is the number one deterrent or obstacle.
And that was another one. That was one of the main unicorns about Humboldt County that literally one dude had logged the entire place. Like, I can't remember the guy's name, but this one fucking guy logged the entire place. And he was actually offered, what, $2 billion by the federal government not to cut down the redwoods because he was going to cut down the redwoods too. So basically, all the land was cheap, fucking delogged garbage land that the federal government gave away for pennies on the dollar. And so those back to the landers could actually afford to get it. Like these days, if you want a homestead, has anyone seen how much money a fucking farm costs? Like it's a little bit ridiculous, right? But when it's literally garbage land that the federal government just delogged, then you can afford it, you know?
Nail farm.
I'm a let farmer, motherfucker. Sorry, fuck that up. It's a line from Tropic Thunder where Robert Downey Jr. is pretending to be a Vietnamese peasant woman, and he pulls out his guns. He's like, "I'm a lead farmer, motherfucker," and then fires off a bunch of blanks because all they have is blanks. Oh my god, that fucking movie. What was I going to say? Completely changing the subject. Ben Stiller actually is a really good director. If anybody didn't know that already, with things like Tropic Thunder and fucking the I don't know if he directed the Blue Steel movies. What were they? Zoolander, but Severance is spectacularly done. He directed most of the episodes, and goodness gracious, if you guys have seen or if you haven't seen Severance on Apple, it's fucking beautifully filmed. All the how do I put it? The storytelling is just honestly perfect. The pacing is perfect. The acting is perfect. So often, even a great show has weak moments, but honestly, that show, it's not like it's my favorite show or something. It's kind of an odd story, but it's so well done. Anyway, that was out of nowhere.
I like Ben Stiller. Always, always been
Yeah,
a
he's a cool
solid.
dude. It pissed me off the other day. I was like, motherfucking life, dude. I can't stand it. I was like, even Ben Stiller and Keanu are getting old. So I was like, motherfucker, at some point in the next 10 years, maybe 15 years tops, those fuckers are going to retire. And we're not going to have any more Ben Stiller or Keanu Reeves shit. You know what I mean? I'm like, mother of fucking ass. That's how life works, I guess. Now we'll
That's the
just have to
last.
watch Jack Quaid or somebody. What's that? Left with Plant?
I was gonna say that's the last stage of traditional Hollywood.
There was a story the other day. They were asking, I guess I didn't click on it because it didn't really interest me that much, but it was a question, probably saw it on Reddit, of course. If Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise are the last old school Hollywood, like megastars. And I was just kind of thinking about it for a second. I didn't bother clicking on the article, so I guess I would have known more if I had. But reflecting upon it, it certainly seems like that's a plausible theory, right? Like, who else is left? None of the women out there really are as big as those guys are still to this day, kind of inexplicably, honestly. But And nobody younger is as big as them. It's kind of crazy. Although both are shithouse crazy. Brad Pitt apparently is a total fucking jerk off, and Tom Cruise is apparently the nicest guy anyone knows. But dude, Scientology, I don't even know. Most
Yeah,
annoying
that's
thing
what's
about LA is that Scientology buildings are literally all over the place. Like there was a huge Scientology building like 3 blocks down the street from my house. So every time I'd walk my dog, I'd walk by the fucking Scientologists. The biggest, although this is arguably cool on their part, the biggest Santa, what do you call it? Where the kids go to meet Santa, whatever, the biggest Santa fucking thing on actually in LA, I want to say, is right on Hollywood Boulevard. The Scientologists have this like parking lot that is always empty next to another one of their buildings, and during Christmas they fucking put this big winter wonderland in it. Anyway, but Jesus H Christ, like Hollywood is just absolutely filled with fucking Scientology buildings. Anyway, go ahead.
I was just singing Christmas carols to myself.
Oh, I thought hardcore was going to say, "Oh, I've been a Scientologist for 47 years."
I'm going to go meet Xenu one of these days.
That's right. Fly one of those DC 10s and go get your thetans on.
I'm a level 10 fucking, what do they call it? The minute or the interviewer
Level
people.
10 suppressed person or some shit. Yeah. Dear fucking Lord. It's not even, I mean, okay, a lot of religious ideologies are pretty hollow when you tear them apart, but goodness gracious, that's one that doesn't even make fucking sense.
Yeah, well, it makes it all just seem hilarious. It kind of puts everything together.
That's why they wait until like the end to tell people. Evidently, they don't tell most Scientologists about that stuff until they get to like basically what Tom Cruise's level was. And yeah,
Is it level 33 is the height, or is that just the ninth?
I don't even
Or
remember.
the fucking, whatchamacallit, the Masons.
Oh, Knights Templar or something.
The stonemasons is level 33.
Now the stonemasons are at it. I'll be back.
My dad's a Knights of Columbus. I seen you. Come show us your plants. I know you got some danks growing in that. You got some cheese to show us? You can share the link. Excuse me. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I ditched the app and I reverted to using the Chrome version, the web desktop version on my phone. Did my shit just die, or did hello? I see a bunch of muted mics. How
Oh,
many
I'm
bees? How many?
unmuted now. Jimmy, while
Yours?
you were gone, I was telling everyone I'm trimming up some lemon peak. That's what you're looking at here.
Right on.
So you can see I put my sticks here. I like to keep, so these are my perfectly manicured larger buds, and I like really manicure them perfectly. I'll try to zoom in. I don't know how the lighting is, but I really try to get those looking nice. And then over here I have my smaller buds that I just kind of halfway trim, and that's our I'll either give that away for free to people or that will smoke it, but the buds that I'm more proud of, I'll manicure them perfectly and then the trim. So that's my process. Um, but yeah, I don't know, Fumi, when you were gone, I was telling everyone this is Lemon Jeffrey by my Papaya Punch F2 that I've crossed on with a lot of things. And that's how when you came back on, we were talking about Lemon Jeffrey. That's how it got brought up actually is because it's the parent of this that I'm trimming. So but it's nice. Yeah. I found it out of 10 phenos. So oh, I don't even see Fumi. Where is
No, he jumped off.
Oh shit. Okay, fuck. I thought he was still here. My bad.
Hey D, can you
I
share
was
the link?
Sure. Give me 1 second, guys. Isn't it back? Who wants the link?
Zelda.
Mhm.
It's Saturday night. Hop on.
Yeah, because I gotta go step outside for a minute and get stoned.
Oh, 6 minute warning, guys. 6 minutes left. Good timing. I need to take a dab too. I'm so doing all this trimming. I've sobered up a little bit. Need, need to get my head right. There's feedback on somebody.
Yeah, it's probably me. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's all good. You're the host. You can do what you want, D.
You can get very far.
I'm going to put my background back on. I just wanted to.
I'd do a Scientology. I'd join a cult for if it was with what's his name, Alex Hardy. He'd be a good cult leader.
That's funny. Yeah, he would
We could all
be.
raise gold and silver and shit.
He's a funny dude. I watch his shows on Sundays. Not always. I don't catch every single one of them, but he's a funny one. So yeah, no, I mean, he has to be one of the more interesting people in the world. His life stories are pretty good. He's experienced a lot for sure, as a lot of people have. Hardcore. What are you growing? What are you growing right now?
Old,
Say it again. You cut out.
old. I'm growing old.
Oh, unfortunately, we all are, and I don't like it.
I've got some stuff I'm looking forward to popping here, but
Oh, you don't have anything going right now?
no, nope, I'm still kind of in limbo.
When you say in limbo on your living situation or something?
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah, I asked that question, or I bring that up because, when we talk about grow your own, that's something that our community talks about a lot. And we're always like, yeah, everyone should just grow your own. It's like, yeah, I wish it was that easy.
Yeah.
But I will say, I think over time it's going to become easier. They're going to, with LEDs and like the other night I showed you all my armoire. They're going to be more like commercialized things like that. In fact, by the way, I almost took my armoire commercial. I almost tried to make a business of it, but I that's fuck no. I mean,
Yeah, I'm almost.
that's for someone else because it's at the end of the day it would just be copied on by some fucking Chinese brand and I'd get fucked anyways. But my point
Oh,
is to that whole story is I think that growing your own will become a little bit easier. I don't know how easy, but hopefully it will
I'm about
become
ready
easier.
just to throw a bunch of seeds in some Dixie or some solo cups and do some fluorescent light growing. Just to smoke like an eighth fucking 3 months from now.
Hell yeah, I love it. I like that idea.
Oh, do
Do
like a
what you got
pheno
to
hunt
do.
with 200 or 300 tiny little babies.
Yeah.
Get literally an eighth of each one. Shame is you're gonna find one that just blows your fucking socks off, but you're only gonna get an eighth off of it ever.
Well, then I'll re-veg it. Great thing about
But
re-veg.
that's gonna be the one that doesn't re-veg. You know it. That's how
Yeah,
it works.
something will yeah. I'll fucking sneeze on it or something and it'll die. Yeah, I got to take a 5 minute or 10 minute leave here and go and get snowing outside.
Yeah, man, do it. Get your mind right. Hey,
I really
Fumi.
should hit
Good segue,
my
folks,
wire
to
roller
hop
too.
on. Please join the conversation if you guys would like to talk about really almost anything. As you can see, we oftentimes mostly talk about gardening, but we're obviously talking about dogs from time to time as well. Hop on, folks. I'm sure there's plenty of listeners. So plenty of this listeners probably have been on the show before too. So this is a good segue for you folks to hop on.
Talking about segues, they're talking about dogging in chat. You know what that is to me.
They do that to your mama all the time.
Hey now.
Isn't that in the UK apparently?
Yes.
So any of our UK listeners, it was Yo Mama I was talking about. Oh snap! This little guy is so tired, his tongue's hanging out. You can see that.
Jimmy, you talked about bringing your tasting group back, your in-person tasting group back.
Mm-hmm.
Or is that something you have planned for the next year, or something planned a little
Definitely.
farther out?
I don't have specific fixed plans, which is obviously idiotic, but essentially, as soon as I have some flour in my hand, I'm going to start putting together probably smaller meetings at first, and then hopefully by maybe summer. That's probably pushing it because summer is coming really fast, but
That's what
hopefully
she
by
said.
summer, maybe a real meeting. So we'll see. That's right. Nice D. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I was alluding to that earlier. I think a lot of us grower people kind of can sympathize with that. Like you want to bring your best A game. You know, you want to be able to. It's like your resume. Your flower is your resume, essentially, for fellow growers.
For sure.
So if you don't have much flower to bring, it's like you're basically coming with an empty resume, effectively. You know, and you might as well essentially not come. Is how I've looked at many of the potential cannabis events or something that I could have gone to, and it's been pretty idiotic, you know, like it's just been one stupid disaster after another. You know, my outdoor failed, and then this, and then that, and then I was waiting to buy a house. Well, you know, typical life, right? I think all of us growers have gone through stuff like that, and I probably should have been more assiduous about maybe even one little tent in the corner. Like I probably could have pulled that off if I really think about it hard enough. Good lesson for anyone listening: if you go through a bunch of stuff in your life, you know what? The perfect is the enemy of the good. Maybe set up a 4x4 tent in the corner, put a 3x3 tent if nobody gives a shit. If you can't put a full size 3x3, put one of those pony size 3x3. They're like fucking 3 feet tall. You can fit that under a fucking stairway somewhere and grow some goddamn weed so that you have some with you at all times. I should have done that, you know? And so I'm a little bit kicking myself for not doing that, but whatever. At least I'm in flower now. I probably rushed it a little bit too much with those 4 plants, but hey, whatever. Uh, Two of them look good, two of them don't look good, so I definitely rushed it with two of them. But it is what it is. I'll get flour. The how do I put it? The outdoor prognosis is super good. So, how do I put it? My long dry spell should be coming to an end. You know, you always have to remember that life happens while you're making plans, but there's really nothing standing in my way of having good weed for the next foreseeable future, right? And a lot of weed growers go through ups and downs where they had a huge down spell where they couldn't grow. Fuck, there's some I guess I won't single them out if they're, especially if they're listening. I don't want them to feel singled out, but there's a couple people I know who at the moment can't grow and da 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 da. Like, fuck, there's almost no lower time as a grower than when you can't grow, right? But then of course there are also good times where you can grow as much as your heart's content, or you know, within reason, da da da. So I don't know. Life has its ups and downs, right? Just like growing does. Very interesting.
Yeah, you
We should
mentioned.
write a Zen in the art of fucking cannabis growing.
Yeah, you mentioned. You were reminding everyone. Don't forget. You can do a small tent and everything. And I'll just add to that. since I was growing in the middle of the fucking city in an apartment that got inspected every 6 months. I'll just add to that, like you can grow in a small tent. And one trick that I have that a lot of people don't think of, and this is why I wanted to bring it up, is you can just pile a bunch of shit in front of it, and especially like a two by four. Those two by fours aren't very tall, and so you could just run a small two by four, pile a bunch of shit in front of it. Especially like if you know, like I would know when they were coming to check the air filters and the smoke detectors and everything. So I could kind of plan a little bit, and so we would pile extra shit up in front of it and that always worked. And
Mm.
so that's just another reminder of like, just because you have a tent doesn't mean that you have to have like a big eyesore in the middle of your freaking room, or
Mm.
like you can hide tents pretty well. And then when it comes to odor mitigation, carbon filters are your friend. Obviously, most people on this show
Yeah,
know that.
carbon filters work
But
so well.
if you're kind of new to the scene, yeah, carbon filters. And so we would actually, I would dry my flower in my bathroom. Luckily, we were fortunate enough to have two bathrooms.
Mm.
But yeah, I would just close off one bathroom. And it was funny because there were actually like little bitty cracks because there was like something in the ceiling where it was like a panel of some type that went into the basement of the apartment. I'm not the basement, but the kind of like a hollow area. And I even like taped that off because I was like, ooh, I bet that probably connects to other apartments.
Mm.
So I like taped that off. But my point is, it's possible. Like if you are, it's usually possible, not always, but
Mm.
like if you get creative enough. Oh, and like, oh man, yeah, I'll tell one more story on that too. Um, when I first moved in, I was so pumped. I mean, I've already told the story, I don't know, but like I was so excited when I first moved in, to move to start growing down there in that apartment, and plugged in my LED light and blew the fucking breaker right out the
Mm.
gate. And it wasn't even like that big of an LED light. And so what I learned is like apartments have terrible, like really bad electrical, like
Mhm.
really bad. They trip really easy for various reasons. A lot of them have just been tripped so many times by other residents. A lot of different scenarios there. But I actually had to run an extension cord up underneath, kind of like along my baseboard, up underneath the carpet, and I got like a really expensive, like, or really high quality extension cord, and made sure that I didn't puncture that extension cord with the tacks of the carpet and everything. I mean, I wasn't supposed to be doing any of this, obviously, but enough time's passed now. But it's possible, people. Not recommending running electrical cords like I did necessarily, but just saying you can get creative.
A lot of apartment dwellers are just not, like you say, they're just somehow not, I don't know, creative or whatever. I don't know. I used to have some tenants, and they were all, I don't know, like they would never fix the problems, that sometimes very small problems that if they had just taken the effort to fix them, they wouldn't have gotten charged or whatever, like it's so silly. You could actually get away with a lot as a tenant, especially if you have a halfway decent landlord. You could get away with a lot if you just fix it yourself, like if you just cover it up or whatever.
Right.
Honestly, that's basically all the landlord really cares about most of the time. So I don't know.
Yeah, my backup plan was to actually like replace the breaker, but I didn't have to go to
No,
that.
I guess I'm not making fun of you right now, because of course electrical
Yeah.
is a whole different animal. And then again, some oh shit, I'm at lower power already. Better go plug this in. Some landlords are completely inflexible. So my friend that was looking with at dogs with me today, she rents her house with her I guess housemate or whatever, and her landlord unequivocally won't eat. He allows them to smoke weed in the house, but he said not even one plant, nothing. He's just, it's not like he's religiously against it or anything. He just doesn't want to harm the value of his house. And he was explicit. He was like, any cannabis of any kind in the house and you're getting evicted. Like he was completely and totally inflexible. Other than that, the guy is apparently the coolest guy you can imagine. So there's those kinds of landlords. um
Mhm.
It's frustrating in condos. When I was looking at basically one of the reasons why I bought this house is because I was actually looking at condos, and there were quite a few of them that I totally could have enjoyed, but either the condo boards wouldn't respond to me at all, more specifically my real estate agent, because she would ask, hey, can my client grow weed there? Because I wasn't about to basically, because I don't grow two plants, you know what I mean? Like I wasn't about to basically take a chance buying a fucking place and then find out I can't grow there, right? So basically we would ask, and mind you, I'm legal, I'm medical, and everything else stuff would be out of the way. Da 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 da. It would be on my property, on and on and on. But we either would be completely blown off, or we'd get the rudest fucking answers. And this happened 6 or 7 times. We finally got the message, and that was not even 5 or 6 times. We got the message, and that was the end of it. And my friend, the real estate agent basically was like, I hate to tell you, but I think this is going to be your way with condos. Unless you basically go underground, you're probably going to be turned down literally every single fucking time. So we forget about how difficult it is, even not just in apartments, but also when you own your own fucking place as a condo. The fucking HOA, cocksucking HOAs. When has an HOA ever been good? Maybe about 1% of the time. The rest of the time, they will literally crawl up your ass. Um, frustrating as fuck. Even sometimes landlords, because I've talked to landlords before I bought the house. I was thinking about maybe renting for a while. Some of them who were totally pro weed, but they're just like, dude, I can't help you. That's just the reality of it. And it's like, son of a bitch, that's the overwhelming majority of it. You basically have to lie to the landlord and pretend you don't do anything. And yeah, whatever. I'm not
Well,
telling anyone they don't know anything they don't know, probably, but still, it's annoying, right?
yeah, unfortunately, I've seen so in Colorado, I've seen this play out so many times where people actually did get permission from their landlord, and their landlord gave them parameters to work with. They obviously went outside those parameters, which is like, I get it. Like, we all go outside of parameters, right? Like, that's the world we live in to some degree. So that's no fault to them. But the problem is, when they moved, they did not restore that house 100% to where you never knew a grow was there.
Mm.
And to me, that would be like, as a tenant, that's your responsibility to do. And so what's really happened in Colorado is there were some cool landlords out there that was kind of allowing it. They didn't want you blowing up the house or anything, but they at least wanted you to, or they would allow it on a small scale. They got burned. And you know what? You only get burned once, maybe twice, and that's it. And so that's another thing that we're dealing with. And I've seen that over and over and over here. And some of these people are even my friends, and I just shook my head. I'm like, man,
Mm.
that you're the reason. Like, you're the fucking
Mm.
reason.
You're not wrong. Honestly, that's a fairly astute statement. So, for example, there's a lot of small time landlords. I was a small time landlord, basically, super small time landlord. I didn't have a building or some shit. A lot of people assume, and they're right to assume, a lot of these big multi-state fucking realtor companies or landlord companies, they don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about anybody, on and on and on. But a lot of times you have these small time landlords who learned firsthand by getting bitten, basically, by tenants, literally, by maybe literally by being bitten by fucking tenants, and they learn to be as standoffish as is humanly possible. And even in private life, because I'd learned to be this way myself. You basically keep these people at arm's length because you can't possibly allow them anything because you've been bitten before. It's
Mm-hmm.
it's not necessarily a logical perspective, right? Like, just because you've been bitten in the past doesn't mean you're going to be bitten in the future. But that is how people function. You know what I mean? So it's a very astute perspective that if the landlord feels like they've been bitten even a little bit once or twice, they may not give you a fucking ounce of wiggle room in the future just because they don't feel like they can take the chance. And that may not even be rational. You know what I mean? But
Right.
it is at least understandable.
What makes cannabis a little bit different is you have people saying it's okay. Some of these landlords that were allowing it, they're not, they don't know anything about growing themselves. So it's like, like we all get bitten in life, and
Mhm.
we'll be like, oh, that was one rotten apple out of the bunch, and I'm not going to stop doing that. Like, just because I had this one bad experience.
But a lot of people are the opposite. They get bitten once and they famously become reticent to talk to anyone in the future. There's multiple kinds of people. Not to interrupt your love for the plant, but I have noticed that. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just going to say that there's more tolerance for that, like of not, or let me say that, like, so with cannabis, so a landlord, they have one experience or maybe two experiences. And two out of two experiences that happened, right? Where in real life, like other things in life, you encounter that every day in your life, or what you encounter it regularly. Well, you don't encounter someone wanting to live in your house to grow and wants to grow weed every day. Like it's
Mm.
so like it's the percentages too. It's like, oh, 100% of my experiences as a landlord have been bad. Like that's what they're saying to themselves, or 50%. Like those aren't good odds. Like they're looking for maybe 10%.
Mm. No, that's astute too. Yeah. Makes it difficult to be a cannabis grower. I'm not telling anyone anything they don't know, but it would be nice if we had an easier time of it, but it is frustrating. You have to be we were talking about unicorns in Humboldt County. You have to be a little bit of a unicorn to be able to grow, right? You have to have some kind of a yard. You have to, in many cases, either own your own house or have a landlord, as we're discussing, that is just oblivious or something, or is in on it. I guess they're cooperative. Sometimes folks that hop on the show, sometimes they live with their family, so their family is permissive. Maybe there are even multiple generations of growing in that case, so that makes it a lot easier. But this is unicorn shit, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Very
And that
difficult to start that from scratch.
100%. Yeah. That was my original point. That really, that's how we went down this rabbit hole. Is just saying that, like, to do a full circle here, is like I was making the point that everyone should grow their own. That statement is like so oversimplified.
Mm.
It's such a unfortunate thing, but it's definitely it's hard.
Yeah, every once in a while I hear people say overgrow, overshare, overcare, all that. And I think that still applies, but it does seem like that is a little bit passe these days. Because you're right, like, okay, overgrow, but where now? Like where are we
Right.
gonna grow? On our apartment balcony? Like, no, you're gonna get fucking evicted. Um, yeah, it's a weird world, dude.
I will say I stick to the overgrow approach by here in Colorado, it's 100% legal to gift,
Mm,
and so I make it a point to gift, especially like people really close to me.
mm.
If I see them buying from the shop, I'm like, nah, dude, I got you.
Oh, which
Like,
reminds me,
like my mids are gonna be better, dude. Here, like, I'll give you my lowers. It's fine. Like, just take these. Don't spend money
uh,
with them.
I got a
So that's kind of
lovely
my
gift
way.
from
That's kind of
North
my way
Star.
of fighting back.
I didn't mean to interrupt you just then.
Oh, you're good, brother.
Uh, I got a lovely gift from North Star. A birdie sent me some of his strains. One of these, I got to ask him if this is Sugar Jack. He sent me a couple different ones: Blood Moon, Darkwood, a couple other ones, and
Those are
then this
good ones.
Sugar Jack. I wonder if this is the same as the Sugar Tits, because the Sugar Tits had Jack the Ripper on the father's side. So I'm willing to bet this is the same flower. It tastes different than mine, but it's similar. It's also sweet and spicy. Unfortunately, I don't have that Sugar Tits anymore, but I really like that one a lot. Actually, one of the very last things that Sub sent me. He sent me the Cuvée and the Sugar Tits. Smells great. It smells actually a lot like the Sugar Tits, to be honest. Now, not yesterday, but today. Yeah, I think it's the same. I think this is Sugar Tits. Because yesterday it was more piney. Today it's still piney, but it's like sweet piney. It was G13 to Jack the Ripper. Is that right? I think it was G13 to Jack the Ripper. I won't swear to that now, though. But it's going to be yummy, I can tell you that. I already smoked a joint of it.
What's your puppy doing, Fumi?
Oh, he's just snoozing. His tongue's out. He's so tired. He's just like.
Vampire.
Um, that place is great. I went to the Oregon Humane Society, and unfortunately, it cost a fortune. So they charge pretty highly for their dogs now. But the nice thing about the place, it's a nonprofit. Actually, their store, we got some. We didn't have anything. Then we got a collar and fucking leash and all that kind of stuff. And actually, their prices were great. So it's emblematic, I think, of the fact that they are an actual nonprofit. Anyway, they do a great job with dogs. The place was actually literally like, I'm not even joking, maybe 2/3 or 3/4 empty. Actually, they have a large. It's a large facility. They have like 4 different rooms that you can walk all around each room. Each room probably can have. So that doesn't tell you anything if it has 4 rooms. Each room probably could house 100 dogs, even
Nice.
if they're in singles. So they basically can easily house 400 dogs, on like for adoption, basically. And the place was mostly empty, so they almost certainly adopted everybody. Like that place is famous for it's lunatic how effective they are at adopting pets. But long story short, I guess I can't complain. The price that I paid pays for a very effective uh, pet rescue system. So.
Yeah, there's a place. Let's find it now. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not sure if it's me or not. There's a place that I'm trying to find the live that they do. It popped up on my phone. But they got this whole place that's devoted to cats. It's a cat sanctuary. It's huge, and
Are you thinking of the same place that I'm thinking of in Arizona that's also a dog sanctuary? It's apparently run by a few millionaires or something as a big nonprofit, and they house thousands of dogs, apparently. Is that what you're talking about?
no.
Oh, okay.
What the hell is it?
Oh, that was less weed than I thought it would be, but that's all right.
Not Animal League. Shit. It always comes up like 20 times a day, and now I can't find the damn thing. Go figure, right?
Well, while you were looking for that, I'll just say, Fumi, our shelters here in the Denver area are similar to what you were just describing. They're never full, and
Mm.
like if you go out and look to see what dogs are available for adoption, it's usually a pretty limited list. And I also see a lot of the same dogs on there over and over, and I'm
Mm.
almost certain those dogs are gone. I haven't actually physically gone to a shelter in a little while now.
Mm.
We used to. We used to volunteer a little bit there, but
Mm.
I haven't been there in a while. But I just get the sense by looking at their websites. I like to look every so often. I just get the sense that they're like in pretty good shape as far as, they're not like overflowing with animals that need to be adopted at least.
Well,
So
that
that's a
I unfortunately think is maybe I don't know. I don't know anything about that shelter, right? But unfortunately, there's a never-ending supply of fucking animals. It's one of the most tragic goddamn things about fucking dogs and cats. There's a literal never-ending supply of them, uh, from backyard breeders and everything else. There were a couple dogs today that were just uh, shockingly skinny. Like it makes you want to fucking just burst out crying. This one dog was like fucking 4 months old, 5 months old, basically the same age as this dog, and all fucking bones. And it obviously came from some kind of it wasn't ready for adoption. They have like dogs that are getting ready for adoption, and they still put them out there. Anyway, it must have been from a neglect situation or something, right? Anyway, what am I trying to say? The Humane Society, I guess the Oregon Humane Society, every state probably is different. And Oregon, I want to say, doesn't just have Portland and Salem. I think there's a Southern Oregon one as well, Medford. But the ones up here are basically Portland and Salem. And they seem to do a crazy good job of adopting just fucking hundreds of dogs and cats. So, like, a lot of the LA fire pets were sent up here, and the shelters were full just a few weeks ago because I've been looking at dogs. Just a few weeks ago, they were full of fucking dogs, and now they're empty again because they get adopted so fucking fast.
yeah. And to
They're
be fair,
really,
that
really, really good at it.
yeah, no, to be fair, that could totally be happening here. It just kind of like, I just kind of got that vibe, but yeah,
I,
because I do look at their websites all the time.
I know what you mean about that kind of dogs that have been on the website for a long time. There's I guess I won't say where because I don't want to talk shit about the place if it is actually a good place. There's a dog adoption place around here that I was looking at, and there was this one really kick-ass looking dog on there, actually also a young dog, well, though he was over a year old, this like cattle dog or whatever. I don't remember exactly right now. And he was on there for like 2 fucking months. And I'm like, how is this dog not adopted? Like, he doesn't have any behavior issues. They say in the description. Well, it turns out this place basically works like one of those,
Oh.
I don't know, little bit kind of up your ass places. They give you a full interview. They actually have to do like an in-house interview. They can approve or reject you if you're good enough to go adopt, get adopted. So it's essentially basically like getting invited to the debutante ball in the South. Basically, it's not really a shelter. Arguably, it's more somebody's vanity project. I would argue. Many years ago. When we adopted it, we ended up adopting a lab, but person I was adopting the fucking lab with wanted German shepherds because she grew up with German shepherds. Well, there was a German shepherd rescue, and this fucking place, dude, like I swear to you, it was like a job interview. Basically, it was fucking ridiculous, and we left basically realizing they were going to reject us because something about us wasn't right for them. So we ended up literally just driving to Humane Society.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah,
I mean,
so
there are some places like that. I guess
yeah, no, definitely are. So I will say that I think that that the places around here are kind of what you described. They're really good at what they do.
Mm.
And so a lot like when a dog does come on there, they're usually gone very quickly. So the
Mm.
ones that I was referring to that's been on there forever, they almost feel like placeholders.
Oh, yeah.
like
Oh, I know
like
what you
just
mean.
so they'll have a few dogs on there
Yeah.
because the all the others, they're on there for 2 days, they're gone. They're adopted.
I
So
wonder if the dog's name is Lorem Ipsum.
right, yeah, something like that. So, but no, they're great. I think that, and Colorado is such a dog loving state anyway. So, I mean, what state's not dog loving? But it just seems like dogs are everywhere here. So yeah, I bet
That's probably
they
one of the
probably
few
just go
things that
through the
Americans
numbers.
can agree on is that we love dogs.
Right. Can't agree on we cannot agree on cats evidently,
No.
but dogs, yes.
Well, in fairness, cats are controversial.
Yes.
They domesticated themselves, and ever since then, like my friend, she's got two cats. One is this beyond adorable, playful, friendly kitten that is friend to all. She's a complete food slut. My friend calls her a food slut because she'll do basically anything for a fucking treat. And her other cat is actually named Karen. And she's a
Well,
fucking mega bitch, like just an absolute mega bitch. She'll my friend sent me a video of this the other day. My friend was watching TV just on the bed, I think, and so her feet were up, and the cat was kind of bopping her feet with her head, just being very playful. And my friend knew, like, okay, the violence is coming. And sure enough, she's like, I don't trust you, I don't trust you. But she literally, like, gently touched her head with her foot, and immediately the fucking attack comes, basically. Fucking Karen.
Gotta
well,
watch
this
those
place here,
Karens.
hear me?
So this is the place you were talking about, D?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't tell if I'm muted or not.
Oh,
So
right
this
on.
place actually is in Minnesota, out by
Hmm.
Hardcore. This is the Furball Farm Sanctuary, and they got like
Funny.
hundreds of cats, like rooms full of cats.
Yeah. Makes me wonder every time I see something like that. It makes me wonder if the cats are happy or not, because cats famously are not very social animals. So I'm like, is that basically a bunch of people in a subway essentially, or what is that?
Mhm.
I mean, they seem chill, right? They seem
Yeah,
like they're hanging.
it's better than being outside or
Oh,
being
that's probably
abused.
true for sure. That was a hell of a jump. Wow,
Yeah, look at all the cats, and there's like rooms, different rooms these guys
that's
have.
fun.
And then, like I showed earlier,
Uh,
this one here, here's the catio. They can come out and chill outside if they want.
That's nice.
and do their ek when they see birds.
Yeah. All right, enough.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah,
Love
so
that.
hold on. Oh, I closed it. Tell you guys about it. quickly here. Let me just bring it back up. Not the video, but the place. It's Verbal Sanctuary. It's a non-profit. They're in hardcore. You're gonna have to help me out with this. Faribault, Minnesota. Faribault. Anyways, yeah.
I only know Brainerd and
Faribault.
Faribault, huh?
Thank you. And they get a lot of.
What are you grinding?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just curious what he was grinding. Because I saw it for a second and then I was like, what the fuck is he doing? Okay, now I can't see his full picture. Why is that? Because I haven't spotlighted him.
Oh, just some parts for a lamp I'm going to be making.
Oh, right on.
And say all you want about cats, but I don't know any cats that have worked for the police.
That's a fair point.
Oh yeah. As someone who has had not one but multiple encounters with drug dogs,
No shit.
yes, I have had multiple. It's fucking crazy.
Hmm.
Like I don't even know how the stars aligned for me to have three total, two and a half, however you want to view it. But it's fucking yeah. So I very much agree with that statement. That one really hit hard for me.
Interestingly enough, that's kind of funny that you say that. I don't remember when I was a little kid. I guess I wasn't a little kid, but I was a teenager. My parents' house got swatted basically by the drug cops. Essentially, they thought we were growing
Yeah,
drugs.
I remember
But I
that.
don't remember them having a drug dog. I don't remember them having a dog. Like to this day, I never thought of that because we had dogs. So, and I guess we were really lucky when you think about it because famously they always shoot the fucking dogs, right? So, I never thought about how lucky we were that they didn't shoot our fucking dogs, but they didn't. So that's good. Turns out they were wrong. Like we weren't growing weed in the house. My parents didn't have anything to do with weed whatsoever. We had a wood pellet stove in the basement, and my stepfather was pretty much an idiot, and he thought that it would be effective passive heating to literally because his logic was that heat rises, which of course is true. He thought that basically putting the pellet stove in the basement would effuse enough heat up through the house that it would heat the house. Didn't work well at all, by the way, but it did get his house raided by the fucking SWAT team, so that was great. Yeah,
Oh,
but no drug cats either, though. Yeah.
they incorrectly swatted a house. Shocker. I've
Dude, they were
always
such pricks about it
I
too.
have always been
Uh,
amazed. I have always been amazed by how much that happens.
yeah.
But of course, only those of us in the culture know about that. The bootlickers, like the people, like the bootlickers in my life, don't even know that it happens,
Mm.
much less that it happens more than it should.
Mm.
But yeah, it's crazy. It's unbelievable how.
Another time, actually, before that. Now that I think, no, it might have been later. It doesn't really matter, to be perfectly honest. What time it was? I was also a teenager. The cops came to a wrong 911 call, and I was there alone with my friend. Basically, my friend was sleeping over. We were watching like fucking Jean-Claude Van Damme karate movies or something, and eating pizza. And my parents were gone. We didn't have a car, nothing, and the cops were mega assholes saying that we called in a false 911, and mind you it was for something super serious. I don't remember what it was for. Fucking race, something really crazy serious that two dudes weren't involved, like two teenage dudes watching fucking TV were not in this. I don't remember what the crime was because they kind of let slip what it was. uh they wouldn't fucking leave. And finally they called dispatch, and dispatch was like, "You're at the wrong fucking house, dude." And they literally just turned around and left. Like they didn't say anything. They didn't say sorry, buddy. They didn't like they were fucking trying to make my friend and me admit that we like called 911 and pranked it and whatever the fuck. And we're like, we didn't call anybody. We've been watching fucking karate movies.
I watched
Amazing.
it was either Cops or what's that other one? Anyway, it doesn't matter. And the cops actually went to a house to raid a house, and they busted the guy's window, like really expensive front window, because they couldn't get in the door. And it turns out it was a next door neighbor. It wasn't even the
Nice.
right house.
Yep.
Like, oh.
No, they killed Brianna. I can't remember her last name. They killed a chick in her apartment because they literally went into the wrong
Taylor.
apartment in what, Baltimore?
Breonna Taylor.
Breonna Taylor. Yeah.
Murdered her. Blood.
Yep.
Fucking cold blood murder.
Mhm.
I also saw a video on Instagram where the cops were trying to bust down this guy's door. They couldn't get the door open, and then the camera pans over and it sees this guy smoking a big fat bong or something in the window before the cops got in.
Oh, it's cool. It's stupid that it's a delay, but I've got our stream up on YouTube. I guess like Bud used to do it at his old place. It's kind of annoying though, because it's a crazy delay. Yeah, like
30
Hardcore
seconds.
just brought up those wrench. Just put the wrench on there. It's gonna be literally like 30 seconds before I see the wrench on the fucking screen. Oh, that's so annoying. But it's cool to see the bigger image.
Yeah, it's neat, eh? I'm putting it on my.
Here comes the wrench. There's the fucking wrench.
I'm watching the same time you are.
Oh my god.
I put it on my big screen before. It's pretty cool. And Agnes, I believe, has it on his. Usually puts it on a big screen in his trailer, wherever he is. There's a little chill spot.
On the road to Nirvana, motherfucker. That's where he is. Oh.
Him and his cat does the dick slut.
I better plug in my phone here in a second. Just reminds me, like, I don't know why this reminds me of it, but I guess it's because he's working with metal. I'm like, fuck, I've always wanted to learn how to weld, and I've never had a chance to.
Really?
How to do it, yeah.
Welding is so much fun. It's awesome.
Yeah, it seems like it. Dirtman Dan is a welder, and he talked about some of the cool shit he's made.
My favorite thing though was cutting metal with an acetylene torch.
Can't they cut it with all kinds of shit? They cut it with jets of sand and jets of water and shit now too.
Huh?
Isn't that fascinating?
The plasma cut.
I've heard of the plasma cutters.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen one. No, I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't know if I'd seen one. But I've never known that I saw a plasma cutter, I guess.
Hey, I have a random question for everyone on here. But it's
would it be helpful if we had random answers?
Yeah, yes, it would be extremely helpful. Is there a competitor to Trim Bin? Is there like a better version or a different version?
Not that I know of. There used to be some different versions, but there used to be a really nice one from like Humboldt County, but the dude like handmade them and they were all like modular and stuff, and he'd sell them at like the Emerald Cup, but I haven't seen those in years, and they were also way more expensive than the Trim Bin. I don't know of anything better.
Yeah, I have a lot of ideas to make one better. And by the way, I like mine, but then I don't know if like the Trim Bin people would come after you, and I don't really have that kind of money for hundreds of thousands in legal fees. So,
I mean, these days it's probably never been easier to prototype something. I mean, I guess it's too big to run on a 3D printer, but you could probably get someone in your town to actually blow mold something like a prototype or whatever. I don't know what your Trim Bin idea is, but I'm just saying, like, it's actually pretty accessible these days to make prototypes. It'll still cost you a good amount of money, but it used to cost you 10 grand. Now it'll cost you maybe $500. Because honestly, just about every town, you'd be surprised. I can't speak English. You'd be surprised, but just about every big town has somebody that does blow molding for fucking kayaks, for armband floaties, whatever. It's surprising how ubiquitous it is. A lot of those warehouses will actually totally just fucking blow mold something for you on the op. They have like customers that come in off the street sometimes. What else? All the little parts basically that you could make, you could probably 3D print any kind of little gadgets and stuff or mesh, whatever. You can just kind of cobble that shit together. And any, how do I put this? Anybody that you show it to will understand that it's a prototype. You know what I mean? So you can actually be pretty rough with your fucking prototyping. Yeah, like as far as I know, there's nobody else other than Trim Bin people. They seem like a decent company. They seem like an American company, or whatever. But I mean, there's no reason why there can't be a competitor. So you know what I mean? Like if you find something better, I would say fucking do it.
Yeah, and
It's
you
a,
would
it's a,
definitely
it's a very you were talking about how ubiquitous growing will be. Every home grower will need a good trim tray. Every uh, industrial grower still does trim trays, et cetera, et cetera. It's the picks and shovels part of the fucking cannabis industry. You know what I mean?
right. Yeah, I think Trim Bin is now owned by one of the big conglomerates.
Oh, is it?
I don't know for sure, but what I was going to say is you would like you can bet your ass that they're not going to love you coming into their playground. So they're going to come after you. So you better first of all you better make it vastly different from them. If you make something that looks like them, oh, they're coming after you and they're coming after you hard because that's their like they've owned that playground for so long.
But I would
uh,
be surprised. I don't know this, but I would be surprised if they've patented the concept of a trim bin because
oh,
they've
I bet they
existed
have.
before. But I don't know.
I just assume that because they have like a and I'm also assuming they're part of a bigger company because they seem to be distributed with all of these other major brands, like
That's
in all the
fair,
grow
but there's
shops and
still some
everything.
small companies that are distributed by
Sure, sure.
whatever the fuck. What was one? Well, for example, they distribute these weird little small Southern Oregon companies, SLF 100 and shit. Like, you can find those in almost every Hawthorne gardening place now. Because I guess the dude that I can't think of the guy's name, but the guy that runs SLF 100 apparently made a handshake agreement with them one time, so they distribute his stuff. So
Okay, yeah, true.
surprisingly, you'll find, at least in the grow scene, you find some of these little guys from time to time. I'm not going to argue with you that the big people pretty much, you're right to think that logically they got taken over, but it is theoretically possible that the little guys are still around.
Yeah, there are definitely some.
Down to Earth is still pretty small and they get distributed nationwide, right?
I just use a cardboard box. That's my trim bin.
I just yell at it until it shapes up. No, that wasn't
Oh,
very
I thought
funny.
that was no. That's what Chuck Norris would do.
That's it.
I
Well, I just used Pyrex dishes for many years. I mean, I resisted the trim bin for so long. Um, and I just basically waited until it went on sale, and then I got a good deal on it. And then once I got it, I kind of thought, well, maybe I should have gotten this sooner because I really like the ability
It's
to collect my
invaluable.
keef.
Yeah.
I love being able to collect the keef, and I told you all, in the last stream or one of the recent streams, how I do my keef. I collect it within 24 hours of trimming, and so it's like it truly serves as like a pretty decent quality hash for me whenever I'm rolling joints. And so, like, just that alone has brought value to my life.
Yeah.
And in the Pyrex, I couldn't collect keef like that. So
Not only that, but it's really unergonomic. I remember Sub used to trim on like aluminum foil trays or whatever,
yeah,
like
that's
aluminum
right.
baking trays, basically. And he'd be
Uh-huh.
all hunched over and shit. And sure enough, at the end of the trimming, he'd like, he'd stretch his fucking back and shit. Like, dude, that is not exceptional. Whereas the trim bin is so well designed with the elbows cut out, like it's very much like a Canon camera. Like I can't remember when it was. Smash was asking like, "Oh, what do you think about Sony cameras or something?" I was like, "Oh, I think they're great, except the Canons have so much better ergonomics and Nikons as well. Like they basically just fit your fucking hand because for the last 60 years They have repeatedly tested on hand robots and actual, people testing their cameras and on and on and on and on. Well, it seems like the trim bin people prototyped it very well and tested it, because you almost can't. I mean, you can slouch over, but basically, like, you can't do the same shitty old trimming that people used to do, or when they still trim on like cardboard box, just a piece of cardboard or something. They usually slouch over on top of it. You end up sitting a lot more straight with the trim bin, which means that you can do it for much longer,
Yes, I really enjoyed mine since I gave myself that upgrade.
It was definitely one of the, when I think of like, who is it? The woodworking dude that I follow, Black Sail. It's a baseball term, wins per replacement. Is that right? I don't follow baseball too well. Do you guys follow baseball well enough to know if I'm saying the wrong term?
I don't know.
Anyway, the idea basically is how much value you got out of a player before they were replaced or something happened, or how much value I got out of a tool that I paid for. And so, for example, I don't know, Chickamauga scissors, for example, they're a little bit more expensive than the shitty, no name brand. Basically, those will be like $10, $12. The Chickamaugas are $27. The Chickamaugas always work better from the beginning, but also work much longer than the shitty ones, basically. So they start out better and they continue better and they finish better than anything else. They seem to be valuable for me. Same thing with the trim bin. It's not the cheapest thing in the world. It's not the most expensive thing in the world, but I want to say I spent maybe $50 for mine, or
Yeah, that's about
it's
right.
been a while, 40, $50 or something, right? So it's not a ton of money, but it's a little more than you might want to spend on a thing that you only use once in a while, right? Because most growers only use them once in a while. But you know what? It has saved me so much fucking time, so much headache. Like you say, you can save the keef. I've shucked seeds on it, so it makes more sense for me that way. In fact, I prefer to shuck my seeds that way. I don't really like the seed separators, honestly, so I just like to shuck them myself. Uh, Invaluable, you know what I mean? So $40, I would spend 3 or 4 more times. Like if I lost mine, I would buy one the next day. You know what I mean? It's that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That isn't always the case. Most of the nutrient bottles, the fucking, I don't even know, all the different supplements people told me to buy over the years. You need to buy Super Thrive. You need to buy SLF 100. You need to buy whatever the fuck.
Man,
Nothing
the
against
tea
those
brings the
companies
trichomes, bro.
necessarily, but I don't buy any of those products anymore. I didn't see a noticeable difference, a noticeable improvement. I didn't see a noticeable detriment to my garden once they were no longer in it. You know what I mean? Like, it was essentially vaporware, basically. It's not to say that they are useless products, because SLF 100 people swear by that to this day. But for my purposes, products like that are unnecessary. But like the trim bin, fuck right off. I'd buy 2. If I lost mine, I'd buy 2 the next day. That's how useful it was. You know what I mean? It's very rare that that's the case. Same thing with the Chickamauga scissors, right? Like I would
Yep.
basically replace them. I wouldn't buy 2 of them necessarily, but I would definitely replace them the next day. We lost hardcore.
Yep. And
We're
one
losing
time
people.
I brought up on. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Femi.
Oh no, just go ahead.
I was just going to say on Chica Moss, everyone beware. And I brought this up in the comments one time, and you read it. You read it on the comments. But I'll just remind everyone that I ordered some Chica Mosses on Amazon one time, and they must have been knockoffs, but you would have never known in any way, shape, or form, like the packaging, the scissors, but they fucking rusted.
Ugh.
And um, they're in the same area as all my other Chica Mosses that are in great shape, right? And like that pair I ended up, I just repurposed it. I use it more in the grow versus like trimming flower,
For what it's worth, they do offer a carbon steel line. I used to have a pair of them, so I don't know where it is now, or I would show it to you. They look the same, but the steel it's carbon steel. It's basically black, and then the edge is shiny because it's polished off. Uh, I haven't seen them in the grocery store for a long. I'm not saying that that's the one that it was, but it is possible because they do sell that one. The reason why they sell it is because carbon steel is how do I put this? The hardness is much higher than stainless steel. So, for example, they're fluoride coated stainless, or no, the fluorine is coated on carbon steel, I want to say. But anyway, the fluorine coating doesn't really come off. And then they have the stainless. Neither of those would rust, right? At least neither of those would rust like you're describing. The carbon steel could, though, because it's unprotected, basically. It's not
Oh,
even
okay.
blued or anything.
Maybe that's it. Okay.
So
Interesting.
basically, if they're really sharp, like if they, I mean, they're probably rusty, so they're probably not sharp anymore. But if they were really sharp when you got them, they might actually be the carbon steel version. Although it would probably say it on the handle. They are marked. Like there would be a forge mark. I don't remember what the forge mark is because I lost those scissors, I think.
Right, but I wouldn't have known that that would result in possibly it rusting. Maybe
Same thing with
I could have seen
you
that,
can
but not
actually
really
get
thought anything
carbon
about it.
steel. You can actually get carbon steel kitchen knives, for example. If you go to I don't know, Denver must have a like a knife store. Surprisingly, Portland doesn't really have a knife store anymore. Now that I think about it, but we used to have a bunch, but now people just buy shit on Amazon, I guess. But if you go to like a fucking Williams Sonoma or something, they'll have obviously stainless steel knives, but they also do have carbon steel knives, and you have to oil them basically. A lot of Japanese, like sushi knives, for example, but any Japanese chef's knife is usually almost always carbon steel, and so you have to assiduously oil it. Basically, you don't have to necessarily oil it every time you fucking slice it, but if you put it away, even for 20 minutes, you need to make sure to wipe it off so it's dry and maybe rub a little tiny bit of oil on it. But basically, it needs to be dry. But every night before the knife is put in the bag, it has to be thoroughly cleaned and dried and then lightly oiled. Because again, there's no stainlessness. But the reward for that is you can get such a sharp fucking edge on that thing. The edge is incredibly hard and incredibly brittle as a result of that, but incredibly hard, and you can sharpen it on a stone to a ridiculously sharp point. Basically, most sharp edges, when you look at them under a microscope, especially like stainless steel knives, are really, they look serrated, basically, and they essentially just serratedly jag through, they saw through things that you cut. Whereas, for example, the ridiculously sharp carbon steel knives, they will slice through things because when you look at the microscope, they basically come to an edge. It's kind of fascinating, actually.
Yeah.
It's not useful for most people, so that's why you don't see carbon steel knives in most people's houses because they would just rust and stuff. But yeah, you know what I'm talking about, D?
Yeah, I do.
Well, I guess the big takeaway there is pay attention to your labels.
Yeah, right. But Amazon is famous for fucking counterfeit bullshit. So you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. I hope you got a carbon steel fucking scissors because those can actually be salvaged. You can throw them in evaporust or something to get the rust off, and then you can sharpen those fuckers to a wonderful edge that will slice the shit off your weed. But fuck, camera lenses, that's a big one people have complained about. Fake cameras too. But camera lenses is really insidious because camera lenses cost a fucking fortune, and some people just don't know the difference. Honestly, some people, even people who have the money for $1,000, $1,500 lens, some of those people basically just bought it on vibes or on hopes and dreams, basically, and they sometimes don't really realize that they got like a rehoused garbage lens in a fucking fake case or something. I've heard of all kinds of crazy shit on Amazon. Or you'll just get basically literally a brick in the package. Some people will just they'll order expensive things, watches and fucking lenses and stuff, and get a brick on Amazon. So thanks very much.
Here's a smart tip for you guys too. Just go to a grocery store. It might cost a bit more, but at least you get to see what you want and you know what you're getting.
You're right, D. That's
And
ever
that's the
since
thing.
then.
Amazon these days is really not any cheaper. So for the most part, you're actually better off just finding a local place. I used to buy these papers online. Now I buy them locally because actually it's cheaper. Um, I haven't found a replacement for the zigzag crutches, unfortunately. So I buy these fucking boarded goddamn raws. But one of these days I'll find the zigzag crutches locally. But yeah, it's not that big of a deal. It's not like honestly, I don't even need crutches. I ran out of them a few days ago and I perfectly well survived for a few days. So it's not like I have to have them. But yeah, you can buy stuff locally, something we all should do. Folks, hop on here. Pretty soon here, my phone is literally going to run out of battery. It's 5% right now, and he's sleeping right now, but surely he must have to go for a walk. He's so cute. He's got his little tongue hanging out. Anyway,
He's probably so
if you don't
happy.
know who the fuck I'm talking about, I've got a little puppy that I just got today. What's that, D?
He's probably like so happy to be out of that place. Like I know it's a
Oh, I
good
think so.
place for him to be and
I mean,
everything, but just
I,
like
I guess I didn't finish saying, like, I was really surprised how quiet it was. I mean, there were it wasn't full, like I said, but there were still, goodness gracious, we still saw 50 or 60 dogs easily, a bunch of puppies, a bunch of older dogs, and nobody was barking. Nobody was upset. Nobody was unhappy. You know, like you could tell that it's a place that actually, there were several volunteers as we were walking around. We saw volunteers just hanging out with the dogs. So they go in the pen and they just chill with the dog for an hour, 2 hours. I don't even know. There were people just regularly walking the dogs. I saw people just walking the dogs. I met, kind of funny, I asked a question that was totally over somebody's head because the volunteer was just a dog walker. And she said, "Oh, I'm just a dog walker here. You should go to the front desk and ask." Kind of cracked me up because they had like the full volunteer vest, right? But I guess all they do is walk the dogs. So don't ask them to fucking help with anything else. Anyway, German has a really funny expression for this. They say, "I am momentarily overasked." When someone asks you like a difficult question or something, I am momentarily overasked. What does that fucking mean? What do you mean? What do you mean overasked?
Hi,
Anyway,
hi there.
ich bin momentan überfragt.
Ooh.
That's how they say it.
Oh, okay.
Well, that was almost certainly sugar tits. I'm going to have to ask North Star if that's what it was. If it is, I wouldn't mind getting more seeds of it. I kind of missed that one. I did breed it to a bunch of different stuff, but I guess I never. That's another one that I've never really popped any of. I remember thinking about Lime River Rose, but I've never really popped any of Dread Persephone. I think I wanted to, and then I just never had a chance. Or I actually think I dropped some seeds, but then maybe I had to go to Israel or some shit. I don't remember, honestly. No. I think I still have a bunch of those Dread Persephones. Maybe I can try to pop some. Because that was the Sugar Tits. Which Sugar Tits, though, was it? Because I had a couple that I really liked. Yeah, it was a great name. I had it's been so long.
Hardcore's mom.
I had the one that I kept the longest, which was the kind of sweet, piney, so resinous. It squished really well. And then I had that meaty one. That was the number 2. So I want to say the piney one was number 3. And then I want to say I had a number 1 as well. But the number 1 I'm forgetting now.
We have the sugar twist.
I'm sure I bred the 3 to Ruby Jack number 3. I was trying to pop some the other day. I don't think any of them popped, honestly. They're still in the garage. But I think they're just they always had super low viability, and I've gotten a couple to pop over the years. But I got that Sugar Tits number 2. I'm kind of killing time trying to think of which male it was. It wasn't the Ruby Jack number 2 because I originally tried that and I only got like 100 seeds off of it. It was maybe one of the Black Prince Ruby males. Anyway, tried to get that one because, oh man, that fucking plant was incredible. Like raw meat, just literally raw meat, basically. Smoking a joint of raw meat. It was strangely compelling. It really was very, very
That's
enjoyable.
weird.
And the most important thing was that it hit like a fucking truck. It was a thumper and a half. That was no. That was Ghost OG. That's what it was. It was Ghost OG to Jack the Ripper, not G13. G13 to Jack the Ripper. G13 to Space Queen was Roswell. That's what I was thinking, but it was Ghost OG. That's why it was such a thumper. Oh, and that's where that sweetness comes from. That's where that just mouth coning sweetness. Huh. Anyway. Folks, hop on here. My phone is nearly out of battery. We're strangely
Yeah, you're
still
getting
at
darker.
4%. Am I getting darker?
Yeah, yeah, darker.
Is it really? That's funny. Um, he's sleeping peacefully.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but it was nice. Like none of the dogs were traumatized or anything. You know what I mean? Like when you go to when I've been to the Portland dog pound, basically, or they don't call it the dog pound, animal control out in Troutdale. When my dogs got lost, or a couple times I went looking for dogs because you can adopt dogs there as well. It was not really a happy place. It was like just constant barking, frenetic. Just the dogs are obviously stressed out. Like my dogs that I picked up there were stressed out. Um, yeah. One time, one of our years ago, one of our dogs got lost, and he got picked up right away and taken out to Troutdale. But it took me like a day to get him because they put them through the fucking intake and whatever the fuck. Right? They even knew he was my dog and everything, but I still had to wait like a day to go get him. But man, he was already like wired from all the craziness. It took him like a good, well, thankfully, only maybe 20 minutes to calm down on the way home, but. Yeah, he was wired up, poor guy.
Aw.
Yeah, yeah. Not a great situation. It's probably like going to jail, honestly, because it's so fuck. Everybody's there for every crime, right? It could be jaywalking, it could be fucking murder. Like Jesus Christ.
Something a squirrel.
Yeah, that's it. Oh my god, it cracks me up like a motherfucker. I was calling one of the local animal rescues, and they're cool. They just weren't open, I think, basically, or whatever. I can't remember why I didn't want to go there. But she was telling me, "Oh yeah, our facility is kind of small." So I guess I was kind of describing that, right? There are some facilities that are just honestly too small sometimes for regular behavior. I was kind of describing some of these places very cynically. Some of these places are not cynical; they're just small. Now that I think about it, but she was telling me, "Yeah, we're too small right now. We actually are building a new facility that's going to be a lot bigger, and you're going to be able to walk through it just like the Oregon Humane Society. But right now, unfortunately, we have adoptable pets along with the." Criminal and neglect cases. And right away, she corrected herself and she was like, human criminal neglect, human criminal and neglect cases. And I just started fucking laughing because I was like, I'm glad that you had to clarify that the dogs are not the criminals. And I was just like, how many? And
Yeah.
she was like, you'd be surprised. So I literally basically started to ask, and she was like, you'd be surprised before I could even fucking say that. That's how surprised I'd be. Apparently, some people wonder. So wait, are the dogs there as criminals? Like there for murder? What? Fucking people. We could make jokes about who those people vote for, but that probably wouldn't be fair. Partly because they couldn't understand the joke.
Mm.
Oh, he's got a big old belly. He's got a puppy belly still. I can't socialize him for at least a couple of weeks, though. I got to give him his parvo vaccine, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
He was
Yeah.
going to get it on Tuesday, but I freaking adopted him.
Same kind of thing with Mrs. D's mom's dog when she got him. Her.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You have to keep the dog out of the thing.
Mm.
And then you got the shots and everything. And because Mrs. D's family each has she has two sisters, and they both have one has two sets of dogs, different dogs, and the other one has one huge dog. So when they all get together now, it's crazy. They all get they all get along and everything perfectly. It's and they play fight and everything. It's just playing, but it's just crazy. Like all these dogs, just
Do you have to like designate one person as the designated pooper scooper?
no, that'd be me.
You're walking around with a shovel, like, we got another one.
Yeah. Oh no, other people do that. I'm not the only one, but yeah, I'll volunteer. I don't care.
God, if I could just get a fucking extension cord. I do have a power outlet over there. I could plug this phone in because if I'm going to go for a walk, I need to have my phone working. This is annoying. Where's my extension? I'd have to totally get up and stuff. Well, I might take off anyway. What are your guys' thoughts? Do you want to keep it running, or what do you want to do?
I'm probably heading off after this joint.
Oh, so then maybe we'll just head off together.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Got 3%. We could probably make it. What do you think? Love for the Plant sound good?
I'm indifferent. If other people wanted to hop on and keep it going, I would stay on and hang out all night.
You heard
But
the man.
if no one else wants to hop on, I'm definitely not going to keep it going by myself. So
Ladies and gentlemen, it's difficult to sit there by yourself and just think of things to say. This is not really the kind of show where we don't talk about anything for hours at a time. No disrespect to other channels that do, but I'm kind of not interested in it. So if you want to continue the conversation, please hop on. This is the time for you folks. I don't know why Hardcore hopped on, but if he'd like to hop back on,
he said,
any-
oh, by the way, hardcore interrupting you just because you were talking. Sorry about that, but it's related. Hardcore did say on comments just a while ago that he's going to hop back on pretty soon. So
Oh, well, so in that case, if you guys want to keep it rolling for a little bit, maybe I can try. I'm going to plug in my phone because this is going to run out. Uh, if Hardcore wants to hop on, if a couple other people want to hop on, I'm perfectly happy to hand the conversation over to you guys. We don't have to,
yeah,
to cut it.
Hardcore said he had to. He was smoking with his. He was getting high with his mom, and I thought that is a worthy cause to get off. I only wish I could do that. That's not an option for me. So enjoy that, Hardcore. That's special.
Oh, dude, I read that wrong. Hardcore's comment. I thought he was making a joke. He'll be back on after you get stoned with your mom. It's your mama.
Oh, I thought he was actually saying he was going to get high with his mom. Oh my gosh. I was like,
Maybe
oh,
that's
that's
what it
really
was.
cool. And I was like, that's really neat. I wish I could do that.
Instead of a
Maybe it
nice,
is.
wholesome message, it's actually kind of a fuck you.
That's hilarious.
That's pretty fucking funny.
Oh,
Oh, don't worry, buddy. I didn't go anywhere.
oh. Yeah, she's back.
Back again.
Softcore's back.
Oh, nice.
Viagra.
Hardcore, are you getting high with my mom without me? I'm going to be pissed if so.
You muted.
No.
No.
You're muted.
Getting
Your
higher with your
mom is
dog.
muted. That's right.
Aw.
Oh, buddy.
Hi, dog. That's a cute dog.
Is that your dog, Hardcore?
That was my mom's dog.
All
Is
right.
that a long? Oh, you are getting high with your mom. Is that a long-haired Dachshund?
Yeah.
No, it's a toy poodle.
Oh, okay. I totally missed that. I just saw it at a glance. So
What kind of poodle is it?
Toy.
Toy poodle, yeah.
okay, my bad. Cool.
Yeah. Love for the plants. I read it wrong. I thought he was making jokes saying he was getting high with. He'll be back on once he gets high with your. Done getting high with your mom.
That's hilarious. And then when you thought it was a joke, I was like, oh, I thought I misinterpreted it. And
Yeah,
I was
I
like,
just
that's
read it
totally what he
wrong.
would say.
I thought he was joking around.
That's hilarious.
Say hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, mom. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Hardcore, what are you smoking on over there?
Ash.
Nice.
Hope it's not ass ash. Hope it's good ash.
Affleck.
Perfect.
Oh, it's decent.
Oh, 4 hours.
Guess I'll take a dab. No, we missed the 20, so I guess this will be our 20 right here.
Folks.
Sounds like we're all smoking.
11. Oh, it's
Why is J5 not coming on tonight? He was in the comments earlier. He's usually eager to hop on when things get dire.
Well, then it's gonna be another 6-hour show.
Well, I'm gonna go on mine probably for a little while after this.
Say that again, Hardcore.
I'm probably gonna go online, or go live after this, after you guys are done, for a little bit, till I get that shit painted.
Yeah, on Instagram, right? Hardcore.
No, on YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't know. Cool, man. Why is that caption on like that?
I did it on accident when I was going through the shit here.
Oh. Yeah.
So my buddy just washed a bunch of Tropicana cookies for me today. I gave him a bunch of fresh frozen, and he washed it. And it's pretty crazy how like you can wash. I don't know, like there's so many there are so many varieties you can wash, and the color of it comes out to be, pretty similar, that light beige color,
Mm.
whenever you wash it. But something about Tropicana cookies, and I've seen a few others do it, they put out that purple tint. And boy, did she do it. This is my first time to actually wash this one. And yeah, she really put out that purple tint.
Mm.
And it's on my Instagram. I put it on my storyline. If anybody wants to see it. If I was on my laptop, I would bring it up real quick. I might do it later. But yeah, it's just interesting to that's the first water hash that I've had that turns purple like that. And it's not just that it turns the water purple, it's like
Yeah,
the
the hash
actual hash,
itself is purple,
yeah,
right?
the
Yeah.
hash that goes into the freeze dryer is purple. But here's actually, so let's get a little bit technical on this. Here's the noteworthy part is when you extract that same plant, that same cut with BHO, there is no purple tint, not even a hint of it. So that tells us that the 100% that purple tint is not coming from the oil. I mean, we kind of already knew it wasn't coming from the oil
It's
of the
the
plant,
anthocyanins, yeah.
but here's what's weird about it is like my grease monkey, for example, it's full of anthocyanins. It doesn't do that. So there's something different. There's something beyond just the high anthocyanin plant. There's something else beyond that. Like, sure, it's probably the anthocyanins. I'm not, debating that.
Well,
But
the
there's
the
something
weird,
beyond
I
that's
mean,
making it shed more.
just in case we're not talking, because we might be talking past each other right now, Tropicana cookies is one of the plants. Unfortunately, I don't have pictures of it right now. It's some of the pictures that I fucking lost on my goddamn hard drives. Well, okay, you can Google pictures of fucking Tropicana cookies macro, like on Instagram, for example.
Uh-huh.
There's a bunch of people who've done up close, like 20 to 1 a magnification, where you look at individual trichomes and you can see inside the trichome and inside the trichome stalk is purple, basically. And how do I put it? And some of my images, basically, well, you can see on my Instagram, you can see that there's purple, for example, in Morgana, or on my website. By the way, my website is back. I've forgotten the entire show to fucking mention that my website is back, ladies and
D
gentlemen.
brought it
Go
up. D brought
visit
it up for you.
fumidoro.com. Oh, thank you, Dave. Appreciate that. Under the Morganas, for example,
Oh yeah.
you can see macro images under the Coot Special images as well, but the ones that have color are the Morgana images, I think. Maybe Dread Persephone, a couple of those, some of those first lines, basically, they'll show some macros predominantly because Morgana predominantly had anthocyanins in the stalks, basically. And the trichomes themselves, when you would wash them off or press them or whatever, because I like to press flour as well, they wouldn't really press purple. However,
Got
like
it.
you say, Tropicana cookies is one of those that when you look at it under macro, he might need to go to the bathroom, so I might walk him in a second. It actually has anthocyanins in the capsule of the trichome head, as well as the stalk, but also, yeah, I'm taking out. So I'm going to be back in a bit.
we'll continue this conversation because I have a follow-up question on that. Or, yeah, comment question. It's really trying to figure this all out since we don't really have science to help us.
With that note, guys, I'm gonna jump off too.
D, you're leaving us.
Yeah, it's bedtime. I
All
smoked
right, man.
my
That's
bedtime.
good.
I smoked my 4 bedtime joints, so it's time to go to bed.
All right, man. Take care. Have a good night's
Yeah.
rest.
Later,
Thanks
dude.
everybody. The shows will continue. Thanks everybody though for tuning in. Thank you to all the chat, all the lurkers in the background lurking, smoking a joint, doing a bong, maybe doing some gardening. Don't forget to tune in like always for the Tuesday show, 7 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Pacific, 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, with my show on my channel. 1 second. Oh my god. D zombie underscore 745 at 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Thanks to the panel for coming and hanging out this evening, and thanks to Fumidor for always putting this together. Have a good rest of the weekend, everybody.
Peace, D.
Oh,
Well,
I gotta make someone a co-host. Hold on,
I was going to ask you, D. So,
a host.
is Fumi still on Zoom? I didn't even look.
No, I'm gonna make
Oh,
you one of
okay.
you guys. I'll make Love for the Plant. Make Love for the Plant the host.
Okay.
Yeah,
Changing
because I'm
of the
going to use my
guards.
internet in a second here.
I've never been host, so is
Oh,
there anything I need to do to not fuck this up?
Make sure that when you close, you click on end meeting for all instead of leave room.
Oh,
yeah,
got it. Okay, got
yeah,
it.
yeah.
I'll do that. And then when you shut Zoom down and say leave meeting for all, that automatically shuts YouTube down.
Yeah.
Got
Yeah.
it. Okay, cool. Yeah,
Hardcore notes.
we can
Right
handle
on.
this. Hardcore and I'll hold the fort down, and then we may move over to his channel later. Who knows? Depending on who all comes on. Hardcore, you there?
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm about to go
Like,
in on a dad.
and acidic levels can make it purple too.
Right. Yeah.
Kind of like
So
how blueberries and shit. But
yeah, this discussion goes deep. I'm gonna take a dab and get my mind right for it. I'll be back. Oh, sorry. After I get done with this dab, I'm going to go back to chat and see if anyone's saying anything. I know when I used to hang out on chat a lot, I would say stuff and it wouldn't really get brought up on the video. So I've been trying to check in on chat every so often. It's hard though because like when we're streaming, I'm using my phone to stream, and so I can't see YouTube comments without going over to my laptop. So I mean, there are other ways to do it, but it's not easy. So if anyone's out there in comments saying things, and that's why I'm about to come over there and check. J5, where are you at? Or Captain? Anyone like that? Captain, we haven't seen Captain in a little while. I saw him in the comments earlier. I'm gonna go check on comments and see if anyone wants to keep the stream going. I'm definitely not interesting enough to be on here by myself. I mean, I could tell stories. Actually, I have some decent stories of crazy European almost getting arrested stuff, but J5, you still out there? When I say out there, like in chat land, I was just checking in on chat. Captain, are you gone? I saw you were commenting earlier. Come join us. We'll do some Amsterdam talk. I spent some time there. J5. All I see is dick munchies. I don't even know what that means. Is anyone out there? Hey, Hardcore, can you hear me? I'm starting to wonder if I'm even on the stream anymore.
Is there anyone?
Oh, there you are. Okay, cool. Okay, that's all good. I don't mind talking. I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to make sure we were still streaming. Okay, well, I'll tell a freaking story. The other night, I told the story of how I went to school in Italy and we got weed up in Switzerland and we got the hash from the Italian students and then we showed them how to get weed from Switzerland. That's well, during that whole process, we were coming back from Switzerland, coming back to campus in Italy, and we had a connection of trains from uh, like right at the Italian border between Switzerland and Italy. There were we had to switch trains, and when we switched trains, we got on our new train. We got on our new train, and when we got our new train, we noticed that there was an officer, an armed officer, and a dog sitting next to him. And we were like, "Oh shit, is that a drug dog?" So we went ahead and got on the train,
I know any
and
cats that are in a drug. Okay, fuck that up.
exactly, right. And so one of my there were four of us. So my good buddy was Jason. The other two were Kev and Phil. Okay, and the names of these people will matter here in a little bit. So Jason was my good buddy. Kev and Phil, we just kind of met at school and we were traveling together, and we just happened to all be stoners because stoners unite and we find each other very quickly. And so that was the dealio, right? Like we were the four stoners that were going to Switzerland and get weed and all that, right? From campus. And so, anyways, yeah, so we get this dog, and so Kev says if it's a drug dog, he'll smell me and freak out. So I'm going to go talk to the officer. So we're like American backpackers in like this pretty remote area of Italy, Switzerland. So it's pretty ballsy of him, and I didn't think it was a great idea, but he did it. He was the guy I just met, so I was like, whatever, go for it. So he goes over and talks to the officer and the dog. He pets the dog. We actually got a picture of him petting the dog. It's pretty funny. Um, and so he comes back on the train and he's like, "Oh, it's all good. It's all good, guys. It's not a drug dog." And he goes, and I don't even think he's coming on our train anyways, because he was still on the platform outside of the train, but we had already got on the train. Kev just stepped off the train to go talk to him and then came back on. So so we were like, more time passed, and then right before the train took off, right before the whistle blew, the dog and the officer were still out there, and we were like, "Oh, hell yeah, he's not getting on our train. He was just sitting on the platform for whatever reason." Well, the whistle blew right. I mean, 2 seconds before the doors closed, that fucking cop got on our train with the dog. And so we were like, oh fuck. And let me also say that like we were also as foreign exchange students, like, or study abroad, however you want to label us, like we were warned about like you only get one chance. Like you will get deported if you get caught with drugs, or like if you get caught with anything, you fuck up one time, you're out, right? And so we knew that. We knew what kind of risk we were taking, but again, right? Like that's what we do. Um so once that dog came on the train, we that took our anxiety level up a whole nother level because we knew what was at stake. And like we wouldn't have been able to finish class. It would have been a big deal. Um, so Kev and Phil, they took their sacks to the trash can on the train and they put it up underneath all the trash. Well, Jason, my good buddy, he looked at me and he said, "Oh, well, I told them I was like, well, I'm nut sacking mine. That's how I've always rolled in life. I was like, I'm nut sacking mine." They're like, and so Jason looked at me and he goes, "I'll give you half of what I have whenever we get back if you want to hold mine." And I was like, "Dill, I don't care. Like if I get caught, I get either way. If I get caught, I'm out. I'm going to get kicked out of school and probably deported anyway. So whether I have one or two sacks on me, it doesn't matter at this point." So I went ahead and nut sacked his, and the cop came through. Of course, he had a couple other people with him, and they came back through. They looked at us. We were just pretty average American backpackers. No big deal. Nothing really alarming. They checked our passports and went on. And so we went on. We got to our destination. Bill and Kev go to their trash can to get their weed, and it's gone. And there's trash scattered everywhere. That fucking dog found theirs. And Jason and we got off the train, and Jason and I had ours. We made it back to Italy, back to campus with ours, and Phil and Kevin got theirs taken by the dog. So that's how that story went. It's pretty wild. Um, and I never in a million years thought that dog would dig through a freaking trash can. Like I thought they had a pretty good plan. I was like, oh, that's legit, you know?
Pick it up your butt is the lesson to this story, kids.
Yeah, right. So I don't know.
Ladies, you
Hardcore, do
got
you have any good
questions?
stories? Say what?
Not really.
What were you
Right
going?
down.
What were you going to say just then before I interrupted you?
Oh, just the advertisement about
Oh,
boofing it
gotcha.
or foofing it, whatever you call it for the front.
Yeah, and for anyone who's listening that wasn't listening the other night, I'll go ahead and tell the other part of that story, which is
I got a zipper installed in my nutsack, like those old Ruse shoes, just for cases like that.
for anyone who's listening tonight that wasn't the other night. The other part of that story is that we we started talking to the Italian students, trying to figure out who has the weed. This is even before we discovered the weed in Switzerland, and they all had a hash, but they didn't have any flour. And so we were like, oh, okay. So after we started getting flour in Switzerland, we brought our flour back, but we were still getting hash from them, from the Italian students. So we just like so in the end, we were giving them flour and they were giving us hash. So we were making trades, and they were blown away. They were like, "Where are you getting that flour?" And we were like, "Dude, it's a train ride away. Like, you can get fire ass weed right up, like, not far from here." And these Italian students didn't really know that because it was so hidden in Switzerland. Like, you had to know very specific hours and days and know exactly, it wasn't out in the open. And so, in the end, we taught these Italian students where they could go find some really good flour, and they were hooking us up with hash. But it felt really good at the end. Like when we left the campus, we were all laughing about it. Like we were like, "That's cool. We turned these Italians onto fucking onto flour that they didn't even know existed as foreigners." That's pretty wild. So. Well, hardcore, if no one else hops on here, You said you're going to start a stream. I'll hop on a stream with you over there. Do you do Zoom?
No. Yes. I don't know.
Oh,
No, I don't.
have you done one? I know you said it's kind of new for you to do it on YouTube, right?
I want to say I did it with Streamlab last night? Must have been.
Yeah. I'm shocked that J5 or Captain, especially after me calling them out, I'm really surprised that one of them didn't express interest in hopping on.
Oh,
Since
that's
they're kind
fine.
of regulars, they come on pretty regularly. I can't believe the guy. I'm usually just in the comments. I don't stream that often. I can't believe I'm holding the fort down. This is weird. Like reverse world.
Supposed to show your dick at this point.
That's what it is. Okay. And J5 said dick munchies on there. Like his last comment, I just out of nowhere, I was reading. I didn't read all of the comments. I'm sure it makes sense in relation to something else. I just saw dick
He's
munchies.
talking about me having sex with my mom, man. It's gross.
Oh shit. Yeah, I guess you probably heard me. I was jealous that I couldn't. I love that you're getting high with your mom. That's so cool. My mom would never smoke weed, and it would be so good for her. She would it would really work for her well. But
I'd love to
uh,
smoke weed with my dad, but I don't think that's gonna happen. He was a pothead at one point. But,
isn't
oh, it's
it
cool. She's just a
interesting?
fucking quick walk away from here, though. She's just a couple minutes away from her walking.
Isn't it interesting how people can go from like potheads or stoners, whatever you want to call people, to not smoking at all? Like I just think it's really interesting to me because I've pretty much smoked my whole life, and I've definitely taken breaks for work stuff and different parts of my life. But like I never intended to just quit forever. I always knew that I was like, oh, I'm not smoking now, but like the first chance I can again, you damn straight I will. So it's really interesting, and I'm not even criticizing those people because it must work for them, whatever works for you. But it's just like, wow, that's interesting. I actually have a lot of friends, dude. Like in high school, like I mean, we were all stoners. I mean, we smoked every day before school, like, and it's like I'm like one of the few people out of that whole crew that still smoke. And I don't know like if that's a good or bad thing. It's neither, I guess, but it's interesting. Like they were like they fiend for it more than I did. Like now they're yeah, like it's interesting. But I don't know. Cannabis has always improved my life. For any negative that it brought enough positive to offset that. So it was pretty easy for me to always come back to it, even when I had to take a break. Oh, J5 said, not your dick. So I don't know. You two are going to have to work that out, it sounds like. Hey, J5, why aren't you coming on here?
I'm not gonna give him the fucking. He doesn't get the password or the link. I'm gonna hop off here anyways in a minute. Just in a
All
second
right.
here.
All right, dude.
You can shut her down and make sure you hit the.
Yeah, leave for all.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll stay on here for another 5 minutes and see if someone else hops on. And if they don't, then I will head out.
Alrighty.
All right. Take care, man.
Yep. You take care.
Later. All right. Last call. I'll take one more look at the comments and see if anyone wants to hop on. All right. I'm going to shut it down then. I don't see anybody saying that they're going to hop on. So. All right, everyone. Have a great night. As I'm trying to end it, they said click end for all or leave. I just see end.